set of alternatives that could solve that problem. So once we've established the need and then established options to address that need, the next step, which really starts at scoping, but here is the focus, is to document the affected environment and the potential impacts. So this is where we're leveraging resource methodology. So we've already established up front during scoping how we're going to review the various resource areas. Are we going to use desktop or GIS level data? Are we going to complement that with field work, so on-the-ground review of those resources, et cetera? And so that allows us to have an apples-to-apples comparison of those alternatives and present to the public, other stakeholders, as well as you all, what those impacts look like across alternatives. And then the last bullet there, we would note that during Nepa, again, which is largely a planning process, we don't have detailed design. In fact, we're precluded from advancing to detailed design until Nepa is completed. Therefore, Nepa estimates are considered worst-case scenarios. So we look at a corridor, for example, and we assume everything within that corridor is impacted. Although we know as we advance into final design that those impacts will come down as we have more information. Okay. Then lastly, bless you, the identification of a preferred alternative. So now we have the information about the comparison of impacts across alternatives, and now we recommend a preferred alternative to this board. And we do that being informed, again, public review, agency input, prior to coming to this board and recommending a preferred. Again, it's based on concept level design, such as is allowed in the federal process. And the NEPA decision document the Federal Highway generates at the end of this process provides the rationale for selection of that preferred alternative. It can also include commitments to minimize and mitigate those impacts that were identified as well. And lastly, I wanted to touch on the sharing of results with the public. I think VDOT does an excellent job with public involvement. We're constantly upping our game in this regard. So we exceed the federal expectations for public involvement. We rely on a variety of methods for citizen engagement, and this is actually a topic of discussion currently as to how we can make sure that those methods for engagement reach all citizens across the Commonwealth. So we have a fairly consistent system for collecting, documenting, and responding to public comments. The NEPA document is required to be made available to the public before a decision is made. The way in which it's made available does vary based on that class of action. Substantive comments that are received are responded to in a final document, so that, again, it applies to an environmental impact statement or an environmental assessment. So the conclusion of the NEPA process is a decision by the Federal Highway Administration. NEPA is a heavily litigated process, so for those higher level classes of action, those EAs and EISs, there is a legal review component that the Federal Highway conducts with an eye towards this, so making sure that it's defensible, et cetera. So we reduce the risks by maintaining consistency, making sure that we're using consistent methodologies for collecting impact information, consistently working with the public and stakeholders to receive their feedback, and if we are deviating, we have documentation as to why we're deviating from that standard practice. We have a strict adherence to procedural steps. NEPA, if I didn't say earlier, is a procedural law. Again, it's not outcome-based. It just requires that you follow the process and provide that best and latest available information to inform decision makers. Very robust, very concise documentation also drives down risk, as does the decision rationale, again, being supported by data and the input received. So I will pause there and take any questions before I turn it over to Mr. Smizek to discuss with you all the Bowers Hill project and its next step in the Nepa process, which is the identification of a preferred alternative.
Questions, Mr. Kasperitz.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Dean, a couple questions. You mentioned that we have 630 NEPA actions per year that run through our system. In the last 5 years, roughly how many EISs have we had where this board has had to take action and approve a preferred alternative?
It's somewhere between 1 or 2 a year, depending on where they are in the process. Again, an EIS level document can take 3 years, and that's a VDOT average. The national average still hovers around 5. So depending on where they are in those milestones, you all might see that for a preferred alternative decision in a given year, or it might be the next year. But I would say for briefings to this board, as we move through the NEPA process, that's happening for 1 or 2 projects in a given year.
1 or 2, and that would be my recollection, having been on the board for some time. One thing I didn't see identified in your presentation is any reference to alignment, compliance, or coordination with our VTrans process. Would that not be one of the primary focuses of this process? I didn't see it in your presentation.
Right.
I know up in the top it may have been in the chart, but when you went to the purpose and needs statement, if you go to that slide.
So
VTrans.
Yes, sir. So I was going to go to this slide because that is part of the long-range transportation plans that inform the NEPA process as we begin scoping. So, and we've discussed with this board the need to be more specific in our documentation as to the bridge between the VTrans document and the particular NEPA action.
Understood. Mr. Secretary, so I've made this comment before, having been part of this process. I feel the area where I guess we lack the ability to have an input is in the development of the purpose and need.
I was going to sort of piggyback on that. If you go to slide bear with me. If you go to slide 7, the developing a purpose and need, as we're trying to gather all these different inputs together, and as Angel said, VTrans and previous studies and so forth. And then we're trying to talk to the local bodies. On previous slides, so solicit input from agencies, localities, regional planning organizations, and the public. Identify roles and responsibilities for federal, state agencies, localities, and regional planning organizations. Collect and review data. It's sort of like, okay, so we do all that. Let's pretend like you represent half of it and I represent half of it. And we disagree on what the purpose and need should be. I think it should be X, and you think it should be Y. How do we resolve that? How do we, like if the state believes one thing, the locality believes another, or some group believes a third, or some group believes a fourth, how do we select, how do we appropriately select
Purpose and need elements.
purpose and need?
Yes, sir.
It sort of goes part and parcel.
My view is our board should have some role in that.
I would say the goal is always consensus decision-making, and we achieve that, I would say, the vast majority of the time. But in the scenario you laid out, it would be the Federal Highway Administration's decision, and they would make that decision based on the data and input that has been brought to bear. And so if there was a difference of opinion, I'll say, I would suggest that the Federal Highway Administration would look at the data coming from existing studies, planning studies, feedback received, documentation of decisions that might influence the purpose and need elements, and they would make the decision because, again, it is their document that VDOT is producing on their behalf.
So, for example, if we wanted a certain, in the one we're going to see in a minute, Bowers Hill, where we've defined a purpose and need to include alternative modes of transportation or whatever the proper phraseology is. If the local TPO, for example, had 9 members, I'm making this up for illustration purposes, and 5 wanted it and 4 didn't, or vice versa. So it was a really sort of a close kind of position. How do we resolve that? I mean, if they all want it, then it's pretty simple, they all want it, right? But when there's that tension, we just kick it to federal highways and let them decide?
Sure, if I understand your scenario correctly, in that instance, we would look for a resolution from that body. So it would be up to that body to, again, reach a consensus decision when they've got different opinions amongst their members.
If they give us a resolution, it's 5-4, is the point. The point is there's not unanimity, there's not even close to unanimity. There's a pretty close split, which is why I used the 5-4 example. So they sent us a resolution, but it wasn't 8-1, it wasn't 7-2, it was 5-4.
Sure.
It's my point is that the voices that we're listening to, the inputs that we're listening to are not all in alignment.
See the needs as distinct or different. We're talking in hypotheticals here, but I would suggest in a scenario such as that, the path forward may be to make the purpose and need larger, more encompassing than excluding things that that some would believe, seem to better target what the needs are. So, but as you expand what those needs are, as you can imagine, then as you start trying to develop alternatives to satisfy those needs, it's going to influence that one way or the other, right?
Sure.
So there are consequences. But I would say in your scenario, the Federal Highway Administration would grapple with that, working with VDOT, and they're going to be considering down the line that litigation potential. So that's the lens through which they will view that discussion and debate.
Mr. Saker, I come back to this board's role in approving a preferred alternative in an environment where we really have no input in developing the purpose and needs statement. And the alternatives that are presented, of course, come directly from that purpose and need. And so, again, just from a standpoint of call it functionality in the development of our work, I would strongly suggest that we have a role in approving or being part of the purpose and need at the outset. It's kind of like an arranged marriage to me. We're given a choice. We've had no input in the early part of that process, and here are our choices. And I think we've had recent experience that, I don't think we have to speak to purpose and needs that perhaps might have come out differently if we had been involved at the outset as a board. One of the things that can occur in the development of this process, and I think it's a very natural part of the process, is we can have political forces that are working at a local level with agendas and initiatives that may be outside of our VTrans criteria. And in those situations, I think this board could play a very important role with bringing it up a level and looking at it from a VTrans perspective and perhaps resolving some of the political issues that might come in a purpose and needs statement that's developed with local input. It's an important part of the process. It needs to be a combination of all of those inputs, but I think our board can play a very important role in resolving. In your situation of a 4-5, I think that's where our board could play a very important role in making a final determination. So I strongly suggest that if we're going to be in a position to make a decision on a preferred alternative, that we have some role in approving the purpose and needs statement at the outset. It's not something that occurs with great regularity, and we have to consider the projects that we would be involved with are the biggest projects and typically the most complex projects that the Commonwealth deals with. So I think it's doubly important that we be involved at the outset in those projects in particular. And I know the Bowers Hill discussion that we're having, we could go back to Martinsville. These are the big projects. These are the ones that have consequence. And for us to have to make a downstream decision with no front-end involvement, I think is a dysfunctional process. So I make a strong recommendation that we be part of that early process.
Sorry. I just wanted to respond, just for clarity's sake, if nothing else, for all the members of the board, that there is engagement by this board. I think what you're driving at is a decision point, but I did want to be clear that this board is briefed at that scoping milestone when we're kicking off a study. So where we're laying out, these are the inputs or influences that are going to come into this study, right? And then when the purpose and need is established, this board is also briefed. I would suggest that, you know, what you're recommending, Mr. Kasperwitz, could take the form of our briefing on the purpose and need before it is finalized by the Federal Highway Administration, so we have an opportunity to make some adjustments.
As long as we have a right of revision and ultimately a right of approval, I think that would accomplish.
I think the approval is where it will get a little challenging, but certainly we can discuss.
We approve the preferred alternative. So again, I think there's some symmetry and.
Yeah, I mean, that's the basic problem, right? You don't have a decision point at the front end.
That's the
And then
basic
you
problem.
then you have the decision point at the back end.
The
And
arranged
you
marriage.
don't agree with the alternatives that you have, that you make a decision about, because you weren't involved in a decision-making way on the front end, is what you're
That's
saying.
exactly it. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Signs.
so I've lived through these two that Mr. Kasperwitz has mentioned. I can't remember ones before that, which probably, and I've been here 6.5 years. But the point, and Angel fairly said, we are briefed. She came quite regularly on Martinsville and on this one to the board. From my perspective, what was missing was an understanding of the end point. Like why was I being briefed and what was I gonna have to do at the end? And it was only once we had to vote on a preferred alternative that I understood the whole range of the process. And so I think that making sure that up front, when you come and say we're starting a Nepa, to tell us how this connects into our plans and to give the board the range of what we're going to have to do would actually strengthen the whole process and make us better stewards of Virginia's dollars, because I just thought we were being briefed. I didn't know we were going to have to vote. So how we give our input, I think we can talk about that for a long time, but putting this into a context where we can be informed decision makers along the way is really, really important. And in the context of how much the project is likely to cost, that's the other piece of this puzzle that we're not even talking about, is sometimes we get brought things where the cost is, people can't imagine how we're gonna pay for it. And I think that also has to be part of the upfront conversation. Like, there's no funding for this $795 million project that anyone can see. So, and NEPAs have a shelf life, right, Ms. Deem? Yes. So it's a lot of work and a lot of energy if you can't imagine how you might pay for it. So I think that's the other piece of the puzzle that we haven't talked about yet.
I did not address, there is a fiscal constraint requirement that gets applied to NEPA in most instances, not all. We can certainly talk about that, but I take your comment well, Ms. Hines, and we will make sure going forward that every time we brief this board at whatever step we're at with these large studies, we will start with that context. So whether we've had turnover, that members of the board understand where we are in that trajectory and where we've been. So thank you for that.
What our responsibility is, yeah.
Gasworth.
Secretary, is there anything that would prevent us from changing our policy to require that this board ultimately approve a purpose and need statement?
No, here's what we're going to do. We understand. I've shared some of my same thoughts, and they're in alignment. So we'll go back and have a little bit more chats about it and understand really what our latitude is and isn't, and maybe what some of the unintended consequences we haven't fully thought through yet. We don't want to just jump in and find out we didn't understand. There was some piranha in the water.
Good, thank you.
So we'll work on that and come back and give another update going forward. It'll be an iterative process, and
Sounds good.
and it may stay exactly the same way it is today if we find certain things. But we'll
I suggest
find
that
out we'll find out what our opportunities and our leeway is there, and we'll come back.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah, and thank you, Angela, for the presentation. I would echo Mr. Kasper's comments, but also I would worry, though, that when you look at it, we have 620 categorical exclusion, I would hope that we would not have to get involved with every purpose and need.
No, that's
No,
not
Just-
maybe 2 a year, maybe.
Just for the multiple,
It's just the ones at the
These are
top.
EISs.
yes, yes, okay.
Yeah,
No, it's just the
the
big
big
ones.
projects.
I mean, if you want,
That's not fair.
I'm available.
No.
I'm just saying.
Book Bruce for a couple months.
You're going to be the chairman of the workshop committee. You're going to brief all of them and then come tell us.
Chairman,
Smoot.
there are a number of both federal and state agencies that often become involved in environmental assessment and rendering advice and opinion. Talk to us a bit about how such engagement can happen concurrently rather than stringing out a process forever.
So, thank you, Mr. Smoot. That's a great question. So we do engage those federal and state entities concurrently. So we call that a merged process. So that's where we're bringing in those federal and state entities that have a decision point or potentially have a decision point on this project, but it may be long after the NEPA process. So we bring them in to make sure that their input is provided and considered as we move through these steps that I reviewed with you in the NEPA process. So we did that some years ago. Particularly interested in the permitting decisions that happen post-NEPA, because again, permits cannot be obtained until design is advanced. So what we don't want to have happen, but the statutes allow, if you will, to happen, is to have one federal agency, Federal Highway, make a decision, make their NEPA decision, and then have the Corps of Engineers come along, whether it be 2, 3, 4 years later, they have to comply with NEPA as well to issue their decision, i.e. their permit, and they disagree with the Federal Highway's decision. You know, that's the catastrophic outcome that we don't want. And so that consensus decision-making along the path is our remedy to that. And so far, it has worked really well. Does that answer your question?
Is that what is referred to as the one federal decision?
No, sir.
What is the one federal
One federal
decision?
decision follows the same premise, but one federal decision is no longer applicable. But its intent was to combine decision-making in NEPA. So to have any agency, any federal agency that has an authorization decision, they must issue that within, I believe it was 90 days after the NEPA decision. So that requires them to engage early, which many of them are not accustomed to doing that. It's a challenge, you know, to have the right level of information for them to do that. But one federal decision required that they do so. That changed with the change of the federal administration. But really the intent there with informed, you know, sort of stepping up that informed decision-making is still there in the collaboration that we're doing. But we would not pursue necessarily what we experienced with Martinsville, where we were looking to obtain the permits in line with the NEPA decision. The reason we set that study up that way was because of one federal decision, which is no longer a requirement. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
We're considering permitting issues during NEPA still. We're just not driving towards obtaining a permit at the end of NEPA.
Anyone else? Angel.
Okay, so now I will turn the second half to Mr. Smizik, who will review with you again the Bowers Hill study, where we are along the NEPA trajectory and specifically as regards the preferred alternative.
Morning.
Morning.
So this first slide provides some context geographically and historically between the Bowers Hill study and the Hampton Roads Express Lane network. So the figure on the slide in front of you illustrates the Bowers Hill study area, the dark blue line going north to south, and then the other segments of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network as they begin to encircle Hampton Roads. Independent study of the Bowers Hill interchange was identified by an action this board took in 2016. Following funding from HRTAC, VDOT and Federal Highway initiated an environmental assessment, or EA, focused on improvements to the interchange. That EA was made available to the public in April of 2019. Based on the traffic analysis in that EA and the anticipation of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network, HRTPO modified the scope of the Bowers Hill interchange study to extend it north along I-664 to College Drive to ensure that the traffic improvements that were required for the interchange were properly addressed in the study. VDOT and Federal Highway agreed that that larger study required an environmental impact statement, or EIS, and again, following HR TAC funding for that study, we initiated that work. The kickoff of the EIS was informed by two actions. One, in October of 2019, HRTPO passed a resolution identifying the components of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network, which include the Bowers Hill interchange and I-664. We're also informed by action taken in August of 2020 to establish a master tolling agreement to govern the management of the Express Lane network. Of particular interest to the Nepa study is that that master tolling agreement allows for buses and HOV2 to travel for free in the express lanes. The next few slides will work through what Ms. Deem already presented, providing some Bowers Hill specifics to it. So oftentimes, the Nepa process is one of the first in line in the planning process. That was not the case for this study. There was a great deal of planning analyses that had already occurred prior to Nepa beginning. I've already mentioned the resolution that HRTPO passed. We also have the HRTPO Long-Range Transportation Plan, and as Ms. Deem mentioned, VTrans alongside that. The long-range plan is important in Nepa. Federal Highway can only issue a Nepa decision for what is defined in the long-range plan, and I'll get into that a little more in my coming slides. Also informed by HR TAC's Plan of Finance, which provided the Nepa team and the agencies involved in understanding the schedule for the major projects in the region, including the HRELN and the future Bowers Hill project. And then set past Nepa studies that have also looked at this corridor, including the Hampton Roads Crossing study and the EA I mentioned before. While we always take a fresh look at any Nepa document, those past studies did help VDOT and Federal Highway quickly realize that an EIS was required. So they time savings achieved there. It also provided a starting point for the public involvement we've conducted as part of this EIS. The box on the slide summarizes what we've considered to be record-setting outreach and input through this EIS, which has included seeking the public's comment on express lanes through our study corridor. So coming into the Nepa process, as highlighted on the screen, we had a great deal of planning work already done. Get into the Nepa process more in the coming slides, but moving forward, as Ms. Deem mentioned, following a Nepa decision by Federal Highway, we could advance into detailed design. That includes the permitting phase and more detailed engineering. Once permits are issued and design is complete, construction could advance, and the EIS allows for a preferred alternative to be constructed in phases. So for example, there could be two construction projects, one for the Bowers Hill interchange and one for the mainline improvements. So stepping through the phases of NEPA that were just discussed, the scoping phase for an EIS, there's two primary components. The first is to come to agreement with the regulatory agencies on the methods that will be used to document and assess impacts to the resources. The second is to bring all of those planning efforts we've just discussed into the NEPA process. So we spent approximately 2 months working with the agencies and soliciting public input to bring all these different plans into the NEPA process. It's allowed us to also bring VTrans in, and we get to purpose and need on the next slide. We were able to ensure that our purpose and need elements aligned with the VTrans goals for the region as presented to this board in early 2021. And again, briefing the agencies on HRTPO's resolution, briefing the agencies on HR TAC's Plan of Finance, we enter the NEPA process with all the agencies involved, whether they be federal, state, or local, on the same page as to what the plans are for the region. Public involvement at this phase is focused primarily on asking the public to identify issues or concerns that they think should be addressed in the study to make sure that the team has not overlooked anything and we properly address the public's interest. Purpose and need sets the goals for the NEPA study, and as I mentioned before, the planning analyses that have been done have already established the goals for this region to a great extent. So again, the purpose and need process is bringing those planning documents that have been established into the NEPA process and working with the agencies to find a defensible purpose and need statement that represents the goals for the corridor. I won't read the entire resolution statement that's on the slide for you, but this statement is key in helping us identify what the goals for this study area were. We provided the public with opportunity to comment on the purpose and need, and we also bring the region's traffic model into our purpose and need study, which I'll get into in a minute. We spent over 4 months working with the agencies, establishing the purpose and need, and seeking public comment on that before moving into the alternatives analysis. Before we get to alternatives analysis, take a minute to touch on some of the specifics that were brought into the Bowers Hill purpose and need. Touched on the traffic model. So the HRTPO has what we call a travel demand model, which is established every time they develop a new long-range transportation plan. That model considers the projected population growth in the region and the planned transportation projects to have a standalone traffic model that isn't project dependent. So when you have a new study, you're able to take their traffic model and see how your study would affect traffic in the region. We coupled that model with our public outreach for the purpose and need, asking the public to identify areas in our study area where they experience congestion, travel time delay, or safety concerns. Both the public and the model identified our entire study area as exhibiting those characteristics, so we understood that the purpose and need had to establish goals for addressing the entire corridor and not just providing spot improvements. We also rely heavily on expert input from the agencies involved. This study has enjoyed a great deal of input from other agencies. Over 30 agencies were invited to participate in this EIS, which far exceeds the 10 to 12 that usually participate. I'd like to highlight the input of Department of Rail and Public Transit and HRTPO in the purpose and need. As we brought all of those planning documents into the NEPA process, we were admittedly focused on what those planning documents said about roadway improvements. And it was HRTPO and DRPT that enlightened the entire team that those plans also call for increased bus service throughout the region and specifically through our study area. We also were fortunate to have DRPT's input again in reaffirming their position from the previous NEPA studies I mentioned, noting that first, the traffic composition in our study area did not lend itself to transit-only lanes. There was no need to consider transit-only lanes, but bus service could only succeed with some type of travel time advantage over single occupant vehicles. So the recommendation there is there has to be a travel time advantage offered for the bus service, and that could come in the form of some type of managed lane system that the buses could travel in, whether that be HOV, HOT, or express. The RPT and HRTPO also again then pointed to the master tolling agreement, which allowed for buses to travel in the express lanes in the region, providing that travel time advantage. That highlights some of what we got from the 30 agencies as we worked through the purpose and need.
Got me ask a question?
Sir.
And maybe Jennifer wants to chime in here. The input from the DRPT documents that bus service can only be successful with a travel time advantage that could be provided in a managed lane system. So is that saying that we cannot have a successful bus program unless it is faster than the cars? What that's saying?
Would you like me to take that?
I really wanted to hear his answer. No, go ahead.
I'll throw him a lifeline. Typically, we see better results for bus service, particularly commuter bus service, where there is a travel time advantage.
Sure.
So that's
Well, that would be for anything, right?
exactly.
The question
So-
is, can it be successful without it? Not, is it more successful with it? So, for example, before we had managed lanes, didn't we have bus services for all sorts of people going all sorts of places, and weren't they successful? It's bus service, to use a local example, who's taking people and rolling them to the shipyard, rolling them here, rolling them there. or the buses that came from Southampton roads to the peninsula before there were any managed lanes. I guess what I'm taking issue with is can only be successful. They'll be more successful, right? But can they be successful without it?
We have commuter bus services in the Commonwealth that operate outside of managed lanes, so I would say yes. I don't know the wording of what comments we provided back, but I would agree that they can be more successful with the travel time advantage. That would be an accurate statement.
So I would have a problem with that bullet, Scott.
Yeah, agreed, that the wording could be, and I'd have to go back to look, see exactly what DRPT said, but I think the conversation with the agencies as we developed this was that buses that are caught in the same traffic that the single vehicle cars on are not going to attract new riders. If I have a choice of sitting in my car in the same mess that I am sitting in the bus, I may not choose the bus, but agreed on the wording.
A lot of people do.
You know,
So let's be clear when we give this board information, or the public. Let's be clear what we're saying, because if we're saying there is just not accurate. The director said I think is fully accurate and makes a lot of common sense, right? If I have an advantage, I do better. It doesn't mean I can't be successful without it.
absolutely. So moving on to the development of the range of alternatives for the EIS. At this stage, we do set aside all the past information that we've collected before. The range of alternatives needs to be a fresh look at what can fit in our study area, and then comparing what can fit in our study area to the purpose and need to see which alternatives meet the purpose and need. The only piece of existing information I would say that's brought into that alternatives analysis is the traffic and the typical sections of the roadways that surround us. It would not be a reasonable range of alternatives, nor would Federal Highway accept a range of alternatives that led to degrading the traffic on the interstate system within or outside of our study area. Again, as we turn to our agency and public comment, we spent upwards of 5 months working with agencies and collecting public comment on the range of alternatives. Some input we received during this process from HRTPO was to ensure there was an alternative that included, along with addressing Bowers Hill and the other interchanges, adding one managed lane with a part-time drivable shoulder in the managed lane system in each direction. That would be consistent with the other component or other sections of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network, specifically what was being constructed at High Rise Bridge immediately adjacent to the Bowers Hill study area. When we turn to the public, we're looking for them to identify any options or alternatives we may have missed. There were no unique alternatives identified by the public, so we're able to advance with our range of alternatives.
Question. Maybe this is for the commissioner. I'll let you off the hook, Scott. Can you help us understand part-time drivable shoulder, why we do that as opposed to a full-time drivable shoulder? What are the components that go into that? What are the restrictions that keep it from being full-time versus part-time? Why do we do one versus the other?
The issue then becomes when we look at a part-time drivable shoulder would be the design criteria associated with the actual shoulder itself and the width that would be associated with it on a design side. In other words, under a part-time drivable shoulder, we can consolidate the width of that shoulder. Instead of, I believe, 8 feet or 10 feet in width, we can shrink the footprint a little bit smaller to be able to allow less of an impact out to the full width of the real estate that we would be accommodated for if it was a full-time shoulder and then a drivable and a lane.
Is that a regulatory, meaning we're allowed to do that?
It is a design feature that the Federal Highway Administration and the American Association of State and Transportation Officials would look at. It'd be a design feature, yes.
But I mean, it's coming from, I'm trying to get at this conceptually, right? So I've got a part-time drivable shoulder that I use when I'm heavily congested, right? at the worst parts of the day for traffic. But I can't use it at the least worst parts of the day because it's no longer designed, it's now a design that's not suitable. And that doesn't work in my brain. I don't know how to connect those two. You know, it seems to me if it could be used during the worst parts of the day and be safe and manageable and so forth and so on, then why didn't it provide the same opportunity during the least worst parts of the day? That's sort of what I'm trying to get at. And is it because Federal Highways says that's the way it is, and we're just getting in line, or is there some concept behind that I don't understand?
Mr. Secretary, there are some examples in Ms. Hines' network, in Ms. Hines' jurisdiction on I-66 all around as you're going into Beltway, where that partially drivable shoulder during peak times only, like it's, when HOV lanes are open for multiple traffic, and it does accelerate flow out. But then during regular times when that's not drivable.
I'm very familiar that we do it.
Yeah.
I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning what the logic is that prevents us from using it when it's not the worst traffic times.
Speeding.
By observation, in non-congested times, it serves the purposes of breakdown lanes.
Exactly.
And we see it often used on 66, so it's used during peak, and you deal with the breakdown as you need to. It's a congestion event, but in non-congested times, it provides a safe alternative to breaking down on the roadway.
And plus, I think there's some concept that this particular lane is going to be on the inside and not on the outside. And to me, that really presents a safety issue.
Absolutely. I think Mr. Castlewood said it well, is that it's a breakdown. It serves as a shoulder during that breakdown period, in the off-peak period. If a breakdown does occur during the peak period,
right,
it still affords the opportunity to be able to get around that disabled vehicle
It's
at
just
that
not
point
as
in
good a
time.
shoulder, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
It's a tighter shoulder. We'd rather have a less tight shoulder.
I would prefer that if we had the real estate that we would build a full shoulder and go to a full lane rather than a part-time drivable shoulder.
Fair enough.
Is it, Mr. Commissioner, is it fair that if you made it permanent, then you then have to add another shoulder to the right of it?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It does require more real estate, as I would put
We're
it.
basically sort of getting a waiver,
Right.
if you will,
Part-time.
on a part-time basis to use it because the benefit of using it is higher than the cost of having a smaller shoulder. And that goes away as we have less traffic. There's not much benefit anymore.
And presumably, if you use it permanently, you'd have to add another shoulder lane to have a permanent shoulder.
That's because of regulation. Okay. Thank you.
The impact estimates on this slide for the two build alternatives have been retained, have been presented before, and they've not changed over time. As I mentioned, we've enjoyed the support of over 30 federal, state, and local agencies. And while the EIS has not yet been issued, the technical work behind these numbers has been reviewed by Federal Highway, VDOT, and the agencies with purview over these numbers. So as Ms. Dean mentioned, we do consider these to be worst case. We would assume that during the detailed design phase, they would be avoided and minimized. And we would look towards the permitting agencies to guide that to ensure that they met their permitting requirements before a permit was issued. Moving forward with the Bowers Hill EIS, we would seek an action from this board in October to identify the preferred alternative, which would allow VDOT and Federal Highway to move forward with issuing the draft EIS in the coming winter. If we hit those marks, Federal Highway would be prepared to issue a combined final EIS record of decision in the spring of next year, which would complete the Nepa process and allow the project to advance to more detailed phases of design and procurement with HR TAC funding.
Got to an earlier question on money and constraints. So is it implicit when we look at this, and we will vote on it next month, that alternative C and alternative D are both able to be constrained?
Correct, yes.
It's implicit, right? That's a fact, or it wouldn't have gotten to this point.
Correct.
Any alternative that we're going to look at, there's identified constraint, financial constraint to make it happen.
Correct.
So do we in our analysis look at the cost difference between the alternatives to try to factor in, like, let's just pretend one is 400 million and one is 600 million. So I'm using some numbers that are driving the point. And we decide that the $200 million to get to 2 managed lanes, even though we think it might be in general better if it costs the same, it doesn't cost the same. There are also other impacts. And we decide the return of the extra $200 million is not worth it, along with the impacts that it has. And so we don't do that. But where do we ever see the $200 million in the example? Make the decision based on. Where do we see that?
During the Nepa process, and certainly for this EIS, we developed very high-level cost estimates that are designed to compare alternatives. They're not meant to be detailed cost to take a project to procurement or anything like that. The recommendation of a preferred alternative, the identification of a preferred alternative, is the alternative that best balances cost and impact while meeting the purpose and need. So in the scenario you've described, if we had a great difference between cost, between alternatives, that could be something that would come into consideration. It is certainly something the Army Corps of Engineers considers in their permitting process. In this case,
Where do we see it in our presentation to the board, so that the board is fully informed as to what the impacts of what they're doing is?
I believe during the June presentation.
Yeah. Just, Mr. Secretary, generally during our presentation to you all of the range of alternatives and the impact comparison amongst those, we include cost. Sometimes we present those directly and sometimes we do not. We certainly are always available to answer that cost question. There is some sensitivity around presenting a cost for an alternative because, as Scott was just mentioning, it is a high-level planning level cost, and what happens when you put that number out in the public sphere is that folks then attach, this is the cost of the project, and that can become problematic, especially when you have procurement right around the corner for some of these large studies. There's much more detail and consideration that has to go into establishing the cost. So we're looking at the cost as a comparator. We're looking for an outlier, as Scott just mentioned, and we will bring that to your attention. But it is not necessarily the true cost of implementing the project. And so that's where we get, we try to be sensitive to that.
I totally get that we don't have a detailed cost. I totally get that. But if I'm a decision maker and you're presenting me 2 alternatives on which to vote, and you show me the acreage, and you show me the stream impacts, and you show me the wetlands impacts, and you show me all the public input, and you show me all those things, but you don't show me the difference in cost, you left out a huge piece of what should be my decision criteria.
Mr. Secretary, I'd say that in the June meeting, as Scott has indicated, was that cost was, a high-level range of cost was presented to the board at that point in time. The purpose of this slide for today's discussion has been following up on the June presentation. There was some discussion being had as to whether or not it was a permittable project. And this slide, or the slide that was, thank you, the slide that is before you is to identify the range of impacts associated with alternative C and D associated with this, and to be able to address the comments that the board made, or the question that the board made at the June meeting was whether it was a permittable project. Our initial consultation with the regulatory agencies to this point have identified that it is permittable. We would not be bringing this before the board had the discussions been had otherwise. And certainly I think the footnote that is identified on the slide suggests that this is the worst case scenario. And as we go through The final design features of that, very similar to the progressive design build concept that we discussed yesterday, was that we bring in the risks, we bring in the footprint of this project, and narrow it in that we would see this coming in tighter on the impacts and lessening the impacts to the the environment as what you see here. So this is a little bit of wide swath, wide footprint, and if need be, we can bring back the cost associated with this at the October board meeting to be able to identify the range of anticipated costs at that point in time. I would agree with you that cost should be a factor. We're just providing this slide for clarification.
I understand that, so if we don't, and we can do this one by one, or I can just look at my colleagues' faces, does anybody remember what the costs were in the June presentation?
No.
We will certainly bring that.
Does anybody on the board remember those costs? No, sir.
Oh.
You weren't there.
We will certainly bring
That's
that
the
back
proof
for,
wasn't there.
yes, sir.
Will be provided it.
Mr. Secretary?
But, Mr. Chairman, I feel like I have no basis to make a decision on what's been presented. I mean, my gut reaction is that having two managed lanes is probably always better than having a part-time drivable shoulder, but other than that, these numbers mean next to nothing.
Well, I think we do have a basis. We've got a long planning process. We have V-Trans, we have a planning process, we have public input, we have sort of governmental input. We've got a lot of things that have brought us here. But at the end of the day, as a business guy, if you bring me all this information and you don't tell me the difference in the cost, I'm gonna send you out of the room, right? I'm gonna say, like, that's great, but like, help me understand what my return on my investment is.
And what is the implication of, 300 more feet of stream impact? I mean, I have no sense of whether that's significant or not.
Understand.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Ms. Hines.
Can I just take us back to slide 16, which is the purpose and need slide? And the only thing that's quoted on this slide is what HRTPO identified, which is a consistent express lanes network that starts at I-64 and ends up in the other side. Is that the entire purpose and need statement?
There was a purpose and need piece in a previous presentation that said that we needed to include, what was the euphemism we used? It wasn't managed lanes, it was alternative, excuse me?
Travel choice?
Alternative travel choices. It's sort of like post-mounted tubular delineators. Okay?
Which I understand are the
Just give it
barriers.
to me in English.
Yeah, okay.
I know it's English, but it
Okay,
doesn't translate.
So here, this would be helpful, actually, to see the full purpose and need.
And we did, we saw that,
No, I
right?
know, but when we're gonna vote.
No question.
Because we got 4 people who weren't here at all, and a number
Well,
of
we don't
us
want them to know it
who
all.
have faulty
Trying to keep
memories.
them in the dark.
But here's my other question. So, in something you said, sir, I believe you said that the high-rise bridge has one managed lane and a shoulder. And that's where the high-rise bridge is. I'm very familiar with managed lanes, as you might imagine. And what I'm curious about now is what's the profile of this consistent network which we're trying to establish, and how does it change from one place?
The flow.
Yeah, like, I seem to remember at one point, one part of it's only 1 lane wide. So I think that is important information for us too. It could be the most prudent decision.
Sure.
Is to take the 2 lanes and say, we're done now, we don't have to think about this section for the next 50 years. But until those of us who don't live in Hampton Roads can kind of understand the system the profile of the system a little better.
Well, we don't understand in Hampton Roads either because it's not finished yet.
Right, but we're responsible for finishing it, so
Correct.
in some sense.
No, your point's well taken.
And so I think that would be a useful piece of information for us all to have.
Or how it flows.
Yeah, what does it look like? And if really the 7 miles before we get to this section is 1 lane plus a shoulder.
And
it
at the
would-
end of the day, as we're, what we're dealing with here, what's driving this, is congestion,
Right,
right? So what's the impact on congestion of one versus the other, right? What's the cost of that versus one versus the other? What's the environmental impact of one versus the other? How does it flow in the whole system? Those would be the criteria that I'd want to have, to your point, I think, to make the best judgment. And I understand we don't have detailed planning level estimates of the cost, but we've got to be able to talk about it, in my opinion. Mr. Stant.
The only question I have is it my understanding correct that this lane is going to be on the inside as opposed to on the shoulder, or the outside shoulder?
That is correct. It would be inside to the median.
And to Mary's point, I mean, I think we need to look to see the profile of the entire HREL network to see how it all fits together.
Scott, can
And
you
if you
go
look
back
at
to
that, if you look at
13?
the slide, the impacts are relatively the same. The only differential could possibly be money. What else is there?
Well, the congestion impact. What's the congestion impact?
Well, I mean, C to D.
That's the problem we're trying to solve, right?
C to D is, those impacts
We're
are
not
relatively
building
the
a scenic
same.
byway, we're trying to deal with congestion.
I think we have a couple items that we can bring back to the board in October for a presentation. I think you've just built the presentation for us, which we appreciate, but I think we can expand upon this slide in full and be able to walk you back through the entire Hampton Roads Express Lane network, everything from Jefferson Avenue, which is on the upper end of this slide, walk you through what is denoted, I think, the concept between the conversion of the HOV facility from 1 lane that is in existence today, how it's going to open up as we get closer to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, as we consolidate it back down to the reversible section. Yes, I've lived it and know it very well, but I do think that as we walk through this, it would be very meaningful then to help make that informed decision as to the consistency of what Scott has said, at least in this presentation. The high-rise bridge is 1 lane, a part-time drivable shoulder, and as we flow back up through College Drive in this, I hear you loud and clear. We'll bring that back, and I do think an overview of the express lane network would be very beneficial back to the
And
board.
let's be clear, this conversation has really nothing to do with the Hampton Roads Express Lane network. It has to do with anything that you would bring before us, similarly situated on any EPA, on any, that's what we'd want to see, right? Whether it's this or some other similar project somewhere else in the Commonwealth. What I'm saying, it's not specific to just this project.
This is part of contextualizing the
Exactly.
decision that we have to make. The geography is going to be different. I mean,
Sure.
this is a very, from my perspective, a very extreme example. We have so much planning work. We've already invested so much money. We're building out another section. This is not typical at all of anything else we might see, but to really give us the context so that we can understand what we're asking, what we're being asked to decide is just really important.
And another part of this, which is not lost on me, the region has been paying for the vast
Exactly.
majority of all this.
Exactly.
Right? So here we are as the big brother state saying, well, yeah, maybe, or no, or yes, and they're going like, well, it's our money. And they're not saying that, we're not saying that. My point is, we need to be sensitive to the fact that, that's what's occurring here.
Right.
And like it or not, that's what's occurring, and the old rule of whoever has the gold rules, right? It's not fully true, but they certainly deserve respect and a big piece of what the decision is, because it's their money, it's their place. It's Mr. Coleman. Mr. Hampton Roads.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but in this entire loop, is this one section the only part that's going to be a managed lane?
No.
I'm thinking about, okay, all right.
So this is the extension. So if you look on that map and you go to Jefferson Avenue, all the way around to where it gets dark blue is managed. Has some management aspect to it. What would be left unmanaged is the bridge 664 back to 64.
Okay, I'm just
So the
worried
part
about
across the-
confusion to the driving public when, you know, they come to a place, do I stay in this lane, do I have to get out of the lane, you know, that kind
Northern
of thing.
Virginia.
No, you just get pushed out in Northern Virginia.
Coleman, I'd say part of today's action is to unveil a number of those signs to be able to give advance notice to the traveling public about the managed lanes that are out there. That would be the high-rise bridge in segment 2B. That's an action item for later today to be able to afford those funds to be able to unveil those signs and get that ready for implementation.
And let me say this, Mr. Coleman. You know, we recently cut the ribbon on the first section of the I-66 outside the Beltway project. And while there were some other intricacies that impacted this, at the end of the day, we decided to open a toll facility without any tolls for a period of time. I think it was brilliant, frankly. Great decision. I mean, it's really like the ability to sort of understand how it works. And it's sort of like giving
on the premiums for the current fiscal year, and so those increases are enumerated in the left-hand table. And then I talked several times about the grocery tax assumptions and their impact on transportation funding in the spring. So the General Assembly was moving forward with alternative proposals, one effective in July and one effective in January. What was included in the Appropriation Act was the one effective in January. So we were a little more conservative and pulled out 6 months worth of impact to transportation. And so what we're doing is restoring that 6-month impact of $65.3 million. So the total change is $34.4 million across the revenue sources. And the table on the right-hand side shows you the impact of the distribution to all of the modes of transportation according to the formulas. This table highlights the general fund commitments to transportation. When you adopted a revised budget in January that demonstrated the uplift of IIJA as well as the assumptions around state revenues, there was also $115.8 million committed to transportation out of fiscal years 2021 general fund surplus. And based on that, we had staged funding for these sources, for these uses in the first column in the budget that you adopted in January. Throughout the budget negotiation processes, those commitments changed by the General Assembly. And so the second column just represents a reclassification of what you adopted in accordance with their actions. And then we move forward with fiscal years 23 and 24 and the allocations there. So at the end of the day, there's $30 million allocated for the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. That was included in our January assumptions. They also committed $79 million of general fund for regional multi-use trails. A total of $470 million for the 64 Gap project. That includes $150 million out of surpluses from fiscal year 22's closure, and that will have to be appropriated in the upcoming General Assembly session, but it is assumed that that was committed to transportation. So $470 million for the Gap, $5 million for the Transit Ridership Incentive Program, $10 million in supplemental money for the Nemo Parkway project in Virginia Beach, and $5 million to support PE work on the Norris Bridge, which is a VDOT special structure, for a total of $599 million in general fund dollars. Other actions included a set aside of $7 million annually in 23 and 24 of our TAP program for regional multi-use trails. and some guidance in the language about board's commitments to renew regional trails and projects to improve connectivity of existing trail networks and geographic diversity and the use of such funds. Later today, there is a more detailed presentation for you on multi-use trails, so I won't get into the details there at this time. The budget also prescribed $15 million each year for additional funds for city street payments, and so that is an additional commitment of the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund. Additionally, VDOT had not anticipated employee bonuses for this December, and so we need to budget for that, and so we've included that in these adjustments. Just focused on VDOT, these tables highlight the impact of VDOT both in revenue, changes for the HMOF and construction, primarily in fiscal year 23. The 2024 is a small change related to the grocery tax change I described earlier, and then how those allocations shake out across the program areas by providing $15 million each year for city street payments. That obviously has an adjustment to construction, and if revenues are not sufficient to support that, we have reductions in the second year to accommodate for the $15 million we need to provide. This slide, we've highlighted the budget updates and what the implications are when we run those formulas through the construction distribution and how that changes in the current year. So in October, we plan to bring a proposed revision that highlights these items. Will incorporate both the impacts to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund as well as the general fund initiatives. And we'll also bring to you a revised 6-year improvement program, which consolidates all of these items and their impact. That'll include updates to these program amounts, as well as what we're seeing in project activity today and projects that are advancing for advertisement in the current year, and those inflationary or cost implications that we see right now. That puts us in the best position to right-size what round 5's assumptions will be for smart scale, as well as other programmatic assumptions coming into the new 2024 cycle. So we all get to do it again. With that, that concludes my prepared remarks, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Secretary, just
Mr. Merrill?
for my neighbor who's not here today, on the I-64 gap that you showed, the 400-something million, will that complete it all the way?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. It does not, and so there's a pending.
Let me speak to that.
Yes, sir.
So, as you may recall, there's a couple different, 3 or 4 different pieces to this project, hopefully. The CVTA, the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, has, I guess not formally, but sort of informally committed $100 million to this project. So that takes us to 575. We're working with the HRTPO and HR TAC to get them to help us with some money, and the preliminary indications are fairly good that we will see some. Not sure exactly how much that is, and I will, as I say that, as I told our friends at CVTA who were interested in what HR TAC was going to do, they've already spent billions of dollars on this corridor, so their money is not as flush as it once was, but they'll be participants. We've also applied into the IIJA for $150 million. I don't think we'll get $150 million, but it'd really be good if we did. But we'll get something. I'm confident we're going to get something of a substantial nature. So with all those things together, we should get pretty darn close, if not hit the number. The number is about, high-level planning is about 750, right? The 475, 575, 100 million, 675, 50 or so out of HR TAC or whatever it ends up being, you know, we're in the ballpark. And we've got a few other levers that we can pull. But I'm encouraged and hopeful that we can get to that full funding level.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well done.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break, since half the group already left to get their coffee and so forth. Let me apologize in advance. We're going to pass something out to the board on the trail activity. We're a bit behind the curve on this because of how it came through the GA and for other reasons. So we're gonna we'll get a presentation later on in the workshop today. And then we're gonna ask you, which we hate doing, to take a small action to get us started. And we'll explain that. But Carol will hand this out to you. I would suggest the most important thing is just sort of looking at the decision brief, and John will take us through that as well. But as Laura has indicated to you, we have $79 million that has been provided by through the general fund for regional multi-use trails. They've asked us to stand up a trails office as well, so we're in the process of doing that, and that's what this will all be about. So she'll pass that out during the break. Maybe you can get a few minutes to take a peek at it, and we'll take a 10-minute break and come back. Thank you. 14 is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure presentation, Ms. Dean.
Yes, hello.
She's back.
I'm back. But first, before I jump into the presentation, I wanted to first thank Deputy Secretary Jen Deasy. She has been the lead for the NEVI program and providing us great oversight and guidance. And I also want to introduce Chris Berg. He's the Assistant Environmental Division Director responsible for the NEVI program, amongst many other things, and may join me if I need a lifeline on questions for the NEVI program.
Thank you, Jen and Chris.
So the purpose of today is to provide you an overview of the NEVI program, its requirements, and where we are with adhering to those requirements. So the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program was authorized by IIJA back in November of last year. Specifically in February of this year, guidance came out on this program. So we've been working fast and furious to try to work through those requirements for the milestone we find ourselves at today. But overall, the goal of this program is to establish a national EV charging network. But first, before we focus on that, I did want to start with a little bit of background and big picture information, starting with emissions generally. So the chart that you see at the bottom of the slide is courtesy of the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. So they are required by code to do emissions inventories periodically. So this is from their 2018 emissions inventory. So you can see there that on-road transportation is the predominant source by sector for emissions in this arena. Greenhouse gas emissions, that is. So within transportation, when we think about on-road transportation sources, we're thinking about tailpipe emissions. So that's certainly a function of the mix of vehicles in the fleet on the road, but our primary focus being passenger vehicles. And so electrification is really seen as a primary tool in addressing those on-road transportation emission sources. So in terms of electrification, Virginia is currently 11th nationally in EV registrations. So that's about 45,000 vehicles. That constitutes about 1.5% of the total registrations in Virginia. Fairfax and Loudoun County lead the state with those registrations.
Jane, before you move from that slide, does the commercial energy and the residential energy markets, or sectors, I should say, is that, I'm trying to get to what is created by the producers of electricity. How do I get to that? So like, you know, we produce electricity in the Commonwealth a number of different ways, right? And some of it produces more emissions than others. Thank you, Mary.
So I believe.
So where is that in this?
Sure.
piece?
So I believe what this chart represents in terms of the emissions by sector is the generation of that energy that's being consumed by those sectors, by the commercial and residential sector.
Yeah, so if you added those together, that's what I'm getting at. If you added those together, that sort of suggests that's what's created by the creation
Economy-wide, yes.
of the electricity. And so do we have any, any data that shows as we transition from the vehicle emissions, the on-road transportation emissions, away from gasoline and diesel, what does it do to the commercial and residential energy sectors piece? Is it a one-to-one? Is it a half a one-to-one? Is it, what is it?
I don't want
Do
to
we have
say.
any data on that?
I don't want to say definitively. I do not. Department of Environmental Quality would be well suited to answer that question, but I would suggest their inventory, based on the data that VDOT provides to inform this inventory, the on-road transportation portion of that inventory would get at whether there are increases or decreases in generation that is sourced to, the commercial residential. So it would get at the construction equipment, the vehicles that are providing product, that would be the on-road transportation component. But in terms of electrification generally, is that what you're asking?
What I'm trying to get at is, I'm fond to say electricity does not come from lightning, right? We don't capture lightning and create electricity. We generate it through wind, we generate it through solar, and we generate it through burning fossil fuels and nuclear, right? And they all have their own impacts, right? And so as we move from cars that burn fossil fuels to cars that burn electricity that comes from fossil fuels in a lot of cases, what is the difference? What's the pickup or the loss that we have between the two generation sources? And so, for example, and I don't suggest this is the case, but if the production of electricity emits more emissions than the cars that burn the fuel that we're changing to electricity, we might want to think about that real hard.
Understood.
If it goes the other way, then it's to the benefit. And the question is, I really haven't ever seen that data.
Sure.
And I just want to get more educated about it.
I believe generally, over the life cycle of the vehicle, so that's its manufacturing as well as its use, you're looking at a 70% delta generally. I'm looking for a head nod, between an internal combustion engine vehicle versus an electric vehicle. That's what's in the literature, that's what the research is showing, about a 70% decline in overall greenhouse gas emissions over the life cycle of a vehicle.
The more of that you can sort of feed us, the better.
Okay. So the last point on this slide just being that the industry is really ramping up in this arena. There are several large vehicle manufacturers that have committed to even 100% of their vehicle offerings being electric by 2035. And even for those that haven't made that aggressive of a commitment, they've made other commitments towards the same end, just not 100%. Okay, so then just some basics that I'm sure most in the room are well familiar with in terms of what we're speaking of when we talk of electric vehicles. Three types: hybrid vehicles being those that combine an internal combustion engine and one or more electric motors, so both sources are being used for operation of the vehicle. It is not plugged in, though, for recharging. That happens through braking. For a plug-in electric vehicle, again, both sources are being used, however, it's plugged in to be charged, and it can operate in an all-electric mode, unlike the hybrid. And then lastly, of course, and a real focus of the NEVI program are battery electric vehicles. So those operate solely in an all-electric mode, and they're charged through plugging in. And the ranges vary, but somewhere between 150 and 400 miles is a driving range, depending on the model and the size of the battery. Okay. So when we think about electric vehicle charging, I'm going to start on the right-hand side of the slide and move left. So we refer to level 1 charging. So that's what's happening for most folks that have adopted to have an electric vehicle. So they're plugging it in at home predominantly, and that charge can take place overnight. It can be as much as 20 hours. It just depends on the amount of charge that the vehicle needs. Level 2 charging is well suited for work or multifamily facilities. So that's where a full charge can take about 5 to 6 hours. So you could think of that as an opportunity to plug in when you go to work and leave it there for most of your workday, or at some shopping facility. Go in and do your shopping and presumably be able to top off your charge. The NEVI program is focused on the last category, which is fast charging. So you can see it really reduces that charging time quite significantly to 15 to 45 minutes, again, based on the size of the battery and the amount of charge that's necessary. Okay, so how does this look in Virginia? So this map conveys the current status of charging infrastructure across the Commonwealth. So about 1,100 public stations providing 3,300 charging ports. That's what the dots represent on the map. I would note that 139 of those 1,100 stations have the direct current fast chargers, DCFCs or fast chargers. We use those terms interchangeably. So again, those are the ones that can charge a vehicle in that 15 to 45 minute time frame. Of the 139 stations, only 17 currently meet the NEVI program criteria, which we'll talk about again in a moment. But they're on the slide for your reference. Essentially, those stations have to have 4 ports that provide 150 kilowatts per port, so 4 fast chargers at a station. So 17 currently that meet that criteria.
Mr. Secretary,
Sir,
just a question. I want to clarify before we get too far into this. Are we talking about just non-Tesla chargers now, or are we talking about Tesla chargers?
We're talking about both, actually. Tesla has announced that they are going to add a combined charging system connector to their station, so it will allow interoperability with other vehicle types. So that will change the map, but they haven't announced when that will occur, so it's not reflected in the data.
So they're saying they will start to provide, will they also transition from their old chargers to that, or
there'll be a adapter.
just an
So
adapter?
Betamax is going to VHS.
That's
To put it in dinosaur language.
yeah.
That's correct. There will be adapters, and those can be covered by this program, but we're hearing from other state DOTs that Tesla is already including the kind of universal plug in their new stations.
Okay, yeah, was very important.
The map will continue to change based on those sort of decisions. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Bit of background, this board had a presentation back in March of 2021 on the EV Readiness Study that was conducted by the Office of Transportation Research and Innovation, so that's in our Secretary's office. And no surprise, it identified the predominant barrier to adopting an EV is the range anxiety. But interestingly, they found in a survey that both existing electric vehicle owners as well as those considering purchase of electric vehicle both identify that as the primary concern or barrier, if you will. So this program is really driving at, trying to deter that anxiety, provide that infrastructure across the nation in order to enable folks to make those trips that they want to make without that concern over not getting a charge. Okay, so the program itself, again, it was authorized through the IIJA. This is a formula funding program with a requirement. So before the formula funds can flow to states, states must produce a plan, which is what we're talking about today. FHWA issued guidance back, as I said, in February as to what a state would have to do in order to access those formula funds. The intent, again, being to deploy an EV charging infrastructure and establish that interconnected network across the country. So 500,000 chargers by 2030, to put that in real terms. So the formula funds to Virginia will be about $36 million with the initial deployment of funds, so that's year 1 and year 2 monies, but essentially about $100 million over the 5-year term of the program. So again, VDOT is the lead agency under direction of the Secretary's office because the formula funds flow to VDOT. Okay, so a little more on the charging stations themselves and eligibility for funds under this program. Installation or upgrade of publicly accessible, again, direct current fast chargers or fast chargers. That's the purpose or intent of the funding. The requirements for those stations, again, are listed here. They have to be spaced every 50 miles along the interstate and be located within 1 mile off of the interstate. Again, 4 ports in a given station with 150 kilowatts per port. The site has to have on-site distributed energy resources, and the program also provides for 5 years of operations and maintenance funding. So as we enter into agreements with entities that want to participate in this program and receive the funding. It will include both the capital investment as well as 5 years of O&M. And I want to,
Ms. Hines?
Angel, can you define on-site distributed energy resources? What does that mean?
so there has to be energy coming to the facility to support those chargers. So in other words, the program isn't intended to upgrade the network.
There's enough power there.
There are
No.
some provisions for minor upgrades at the facility, such as installation of transformers, et cetera, but that was a point of clarification very early on in the program, that it is not intended to do massive upgrades to the network to support this infrastructure, but tweaks for on-site demand will be allowable. Did I? Yeah.
No,
Please.
that's correct. But also, on-site distributed energy resources can also refer to solar and battery storage on-site with power flowing directly to the charging
Okay.
station. So
Okay.
that is funding eligible through this program.
Thank you.
Ms. Sellers?
What is the capacity of the electric grid to handle this?
Quite variable, and so that's a big topic of conversation with this program. So we've been coordinating through Deputy Secretary DC with providers in the Commonwealth and learning more as we go along to understand where the grid can handle this and where it cannot, and what the partnership opportunities are there. So I would say, there are needs for upgrades to the grid to handle this for sure.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot, then
so the Commonwealth will never, in the sense of this program, own or operate these charging stations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's the intent. I didn't get to that last bullet, but states can opt to do it differently. But for the Commonwealth, at this juncture, we are saying that third parties will be the ones to acquire, install, own, and operate this infrastructure. We also expect them to provide the required 20% match, i.e. no state funding flowing to this program.
Thank you.
Mr. Stant.
And I assume that third parties will be charging for this service.
Yes, sir.
Is there going to be a standard charge? Or is it like going to a gas station and each gas station's got a different price?
It'll be market driven.
Area driven?
Market.
Well, one area could be different than another area.
Just like fuel.
It's like fuel.
Mr. Coleman?
Does anybody know the impact of small businesses? I mean, to that very point, people get off the interstate, you go to a small family-owned business to get gas. Now we're having opportunities for people to charge beside the interstates. You know, who is maintaining and where's the revenue for that charge going to? Is it going to Dominion? Is it going, I'm just afraid of the impact of small businesses, who's charging, and to Fred's comment, in addition, how does the state recover lost revenue as a result of no gas tax? I mean, how do the electric vehicles contribute to the road constructions that we depend on?
Sure. So I'll take a stab at the first one and then see if I can defer on the second. So regarding the first one, so this program would offer small businesses and other businesses the opportunity to receive funding to install infrastructure or upgrade existing infrastructure at their facility in order to attract or continue to attract business. So they would receive the revenue from the charge, but obviously they'll have expenses associated with that to support that infrastructure.
One question, how does that square with availability of charging along the side of the interstate? We don't see gas pumps along the side of the interstate.
Not alongside, it's within 1 mile.
Within 1 mile.
It's not it's not on the interstate.
Okay, I thought maybe in the rest stops you're gonna put up
No.
a bunch of charging stations.
And we have rest stop issues, frankly, that we have not been able to work through
Okay.
because the federal regulations don't allow us to do lots of things at rest stops that we'd like to. So that's an issue. To your second question, that's something we've been grappling with, and as you may be aware, we have a fee that we charge on vehicle registrations for vehicles that are at a certain level of efficiency, and you pay more, you pay differently. You pay a registration fee that is based on a certain amount of mileage. It's an average that we'd expect you to go. And then we discount that. I think it's 75% is the discount that you pay. So we assume you're going to use a certain amount of mileage. We determine what the gas tax would have been on that mileage. We then discount it because we decided to do that to recognize that it's a good thing to do. And you pay that in your registration fee. This is a huge question for the whole system. And so do you get into vehicle miles traveled and get rid of that sort of stopgap that we've done? Do you monkey with a registration fee? What do you do to sort of capture that revenue? And the answer is, we really don't know where we're going to be 10 years from now in that regard. We're studying all these different things. Vehicle miles traveled has its own issues, and so it's a problem that we need to solve. So we don't have a finite, this is the way it's going to work issue. So no, these will not be along the interstate. They'll be within 1 mile of the interstate. So to your small business question, if you're a mom and pop grocery or you're within 1 mile of the interstate, you can apply for these funds and be approved, get the funds, do what you do, and then you pay your costs and you get your revenue. If you're 2 miles from the interstate, you're not eligible.
Eliminates a lot of small business problems.
At this point.
Yeah.
Well, so these are federal guidelines that come to us, and so here's our situation. The feds say we'll give you $100 million, and if we give that $100 million to you, then we want you to do those things. And we can't require you to do those, but we won't give you the $100 million. So the question is, do we do anything, or do we do something, or do we do something really big? What we've chosen is to sort of do fundamentally what needs to be done to meet the requirements and provide some reasonable level of access to charging, and to wait and see how this morphs. You know, I personally am not convinced that these targets and goals that have been set that are just a few years away are realistic in terms of how many people are going to be driving electric vehicles. That's a personal view. I'm not of the belief yet that the grids can handle it. And, you know, I'm no expert on that, but if you read California's latest problems where they're telling you not wash your clothes and turn your AC off and, you know, at night and now we want to take all these cars and make them electric and add more to the grid. So there are lots of things to work through here. And so we're taking a small bite at the apple under this plan to get started, to meet the federal requirement so that we can be part of the program, because we know we have some demand, and then we're going to see where it goes. Make sense?
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gass, please.
Ms. Dean, I had a question on the 70% efficiency factor. I guess I'm assuming that is emission reduction is
Life of the vehicle.
over the life of the vehicle. So then my question would be, does the IIJA prescribe the mix of electric power that we would use or our vendors would use to source their charging stations? Specifically, could we require, or should we require or consider that they be renewables rather than what I would call the standard Dominion mix, which includes some coal, some gas-fired, and of course some renewables?
There is no requirement.
Can we make it a part of the application process that if a applicant comes with a renewable mix, that would improve their point score to further benefit the emission reductions. I mean, in theory, if we had 100%.
Do you mean each applicant is going to go out and erect a wind?
No, but they can buy
Or
from
solar?
Dominion, a renewable power feed, or from, Appalachian. So these options exist within your purchasing of your power from the power companies. And I think by doing that, we would drive the power companies to further produce and focus on renewable resources. It's just an opportunity, I think, for us to further enhance the benefits of that 70%. Conceivably, it could be 100% reduction if the power that was used to charge these vehicles was derived specifically from renewable energy resources, solar and wind.
So you're presuming that there's enough out there to do that?
I'm saying, no, I'm not, and that's why I'd say would make it part of our application process to give preference to those that can find the opportunity to do it. And by doing that, we would start to drive the market towards a requirement for more renewables in the system rather than taking the standard energy mix that comes from Dominion. So this is a chance for us to be market influencers.
Are you asking me my opinion, or
I just think that we have the ability to go through an application process, and why not drive the market? We have $100 million that we might be investing.
I tell you what, it scares me to give Dominion any more.
All we're doing is we're checking a box that says we want to buy renewable energy rather than the traditional Dominion mix. It's an opportunity for us in this
we
program.
can get really deep in the weeds on that, and the question is, what's the cost, and what's the benefit, and can we provide it, and do we have the grid, or do we have the system to provide it? So right now, we're not doing that in this plan. What we're doing in this plan is it's presented, and we can amend it and change it, but what we're doing in this plan is presented, is to get the process started.
Okay. I'd like to request then that perhaps as part of the planning process, that we at least investigate the options for buying renewable versus, I'd call it standard grid mix power from the power companies that provide these resources within the Commonwealth. Is it a selectable option? Does it exist? And if so, what are the cost consequences of doing that? I mean, that's a relatively simple step to take.
Well, it is, Scott, but the problem is, what is renewable, and what is the impact of renewable?
I think the definition's pretty clear.
Do you want to go down that rabbit hole in terms of the impacts, right? So it's one thing to say it's renewable, it's another thing to say, what are the impacts of that? And do we chase that down the rabbit hole and decide what we think about that?
I think we're still operating under a executive order from prior Governor Northam that we're going to be carbon neutral by 2045. So my answer to that would be maybe some of that carbon reduction can come from the mix that we select in powering these EV stations. It's just one other option that I think we should at least
back on the executive order.
Well, again, I'm not sure where that will go or what the future of that will be, but I think it's a relatively easy ask to find out if this is at least an option and if it could be used in the criteria for selecting the vendors that will be using these funds to build these stations.
Coleman.
One follow-up question. Angel, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Where did the 70% come from? Who developed that study and who paid for it?
I can't answer that. I would imagine it's a plethora of sources, but I'll let the expert give you an answer.
I would have to go back. I can follow up on that. But that was a Virginia-specific study that was done, looking at Virginia's current energy mix and looking at the emissions required to power an electric vehicle versus the emissions that would come out of a traditional internal combustion engine. So it is specific to our current power mix, but I would have to.
I always, I guess I learned in business school years ago, and I did pretty good in statistics, that whoever pays for the study and the statisticians can, depending on who's paying for it, can move that percentage to favor the outcome to favor the person paying. So that's why I asked that question.
I think, Mr. Coleman, there's lots of questions that the decision makers, including us, need to have a full understanding of that we do not, right? And the hard part is to separate in what we have in terms of information, to separate the sort of the bias from the less biased. And it's very hard to do, okay, based on sort of where we are in media and in studies and everything else. And I think all of us on this board, it's my personal belief that all of us want to be as fully informed and educated as we can be with facts and data that tells the whole picture so that we can make good decisions. And it's hard to get there, frankly, because you read one person says one thing and another person says another thing. I read a piece by the founder of Greenpeace the other day that was pretty damning. Right? He resigned his board position in Greenpeace some years ago, but he's one of the co-founders, and he thinks that the movement, or that his organization, has been hijacked. Those are his words. I don't know if it's true or if it's not true. The narrative often sort of drives what you see, and I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in, is the old dragnet, the facts and nothing but the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And then let me decide what I think about that, right? But it's really hard to get there, and so that's what we're grappling with, right?
We are. We are.
We all are, and I think all of us want that, and so that's why we are being a little bit cautious, so that we do things that make sense and are deliberative and aren't based on things that are maybe not the whole truth. That's not to say it is or it isn't. I just don't know yet.
I have a strong feeling about the environment. On Sunday, I was out offshore, near the wind turbines and ships anchored offshore. And I can tell you how many neoprene balloons I saw floating around out in the Atlantic Ocean. I went past a ship, I won't give the name of the vessel owner, but they were sweeping plastic and junk off the side of the ship at anchorage. We need to be careful about that sort of thing, and this is all part of the environment and our
It is.
carbon footprint, so.
The point is, we don't know all the answers.
Yeah.
And so we're being cautious so that we don't do too little and we don't do too much until we are more certain about sort of where we're heading.
Chairman,
Dr. Smoot?
will these charging stations have a propane, diesel fuel, or other sort of generator so they will be usable when the electric grid is down?
I don't believe so. That's certainly not a requirement. That would be up to a station owner if they wanted that sort of backup.
Okay, so
power
when the
source.
electric grid is down, it is likely not possible to charge your car.
Fair.
It will really depend on the design of the specific stations. Some stations do include a certain amount of battery backup, and that is one thing that is, prioritized by this program and is eligible for funding to include that. So when the grid does go down, say they had, like this image here on the screen, that's solar on site, then it could in theory disconnect from the grid and continue to charge vehicles.
Some level.
So it just depends on the individual design.
Or propane or diesel fuel.
My experience, and it's long ago experience, when we used to buy battery backups for our servers, they didn't last but so long, right? They just
Yeah.
didn't have the capacity. They really were about orderly shutdown, not continuation. So I don't know where we are in that process, and whether this program will lend itself to encouraging more of that or not, I can't speak to that, this program that we're laying out here. But yeah, that's one of the things we're all grappling with, right? Electrification is real, and it's being pushed, and the market's demanding it, and manufacturers are pushing it, and the government's pushing it, and they're putting billions of dollars in it. And so it's real. We're going to have to deal with it. We just want it to be as good as we can make it and have it make sense. So lots of questions. How do we pay for it? How do we pay for our roads? It was brought up
That's a
earlier.
really good question.
There's lots of questions.
Lots of questions. Yes,
And that's
sir.
why we're not doing anything, we're not running full steam ahead into the abyss, right? We're gonna do it prudently and cautiously and make sure we're making good decisions.
Mr. Secretary.
Secretary.
Science first and Mr. Casper.
We're really talking about a program that's 120 million, right? Because there's a 20% private match required for the 100 million. If you break that down by station, since we kind of know how many ports are required for each station, et cetera, going back to Mr. Coleman's concern about smaller businesses that might want to put one of these in, what are we talking about in terms of the business's
Cost.
commitment, their cost?
And the costs will be highly variable. And so we've gotten that question to your point of more questions than answers. We're actively, Chris and his team are actively engaged with other DOTs that are all grappling with the same thing. So we're sharing information in that manner. But we've heard estimates along the lines of $500,000 for
station?
installation for a station. It will vary based on the site-specific conditions, so whether site plan development from the ground up, or whether there's existing infrastructure there that you're leveraging. So you could be looking at 200,000, you could be looking at over 500,000. So we won't know this initial round, which we hope to have underway early next year, where we start getting proposals. Then we'll start to see what the market looks like in Virginia and what, some normalization perhaps of pricing expectations can be. But certainly the question as to match is one that it will be predominant with folks that are considering leveraging this program.
Mr. Secretary, I just put this out there knowing that, as you said, we're going slow, we're thinking about this. But I think it would be a shame if what we ended up with is another monopoly on these things, that some big business just comes in and does them all because they have the deep pockets when there's opportunity for many others. And so I don't know if that means some kind of a state grant program if you're a small minority women-owned business, or whether there's some other way that this match could be supported for people in that circumstance. But I do think we might want to think about that as maybe it comes from, the economic development folks as a complement, or Go Virginia picks it up, but I really think, unfortunately, that the likeliest scenario is some big company comes in and says, well, we've got the resources, we're just going to do it. And that would be unfortunate.
Or in 2035, or,
Freddie, let me take them in order.
oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Casper is next.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Through the wonders of our live feed, I've been informed while we're having this discussion that Dominion does have an option that you can select for renewable only. I'm not sure the cost consequence of that, but that would take that 70% figure just generically and make it 100% reduction in emissions. And I respectfully ask that we at least consider making that one of the criteria for selecting the participants in this program. It's relatively easy, it apparently exists, and it would add additional benefits to the dollars that we're spending to support these stations.
Mr. Stant.
I was going to point out that maybe in 2035, there'll be a lot of gas stations that will be available for this type of facility.
Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Was there a reaction to my past comment?
The board can do whatever the board chooses to do in that regard. I'm not advocating for that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, Secretary, I don't know if this is premature, but
Let me tag on to that. We're in a uncertain ground, and my view is that we should be. I want to be slow, Mary, but I want to be deliberate. I want to be deliberate. I want to know what we're doing and understand the impacts of it. And so I don't exclude it, but I don't include it either. And I think we need to work our way through the various options and the various things that we have and we can certainly do whatever we choose to do as a board as we move forward. And
So that's a better way of describing it, thank you.
we'll have more information, hopefully, and we'll get more educated, and we'll make better decisions.
So then can we ask that they at least investigate that, to your point?
Sure.
Thank you.
We're going to investigate, we're going to try to be broad in our investigation. So that we
Good.
know what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's a big pickup of 30%.
Sir.
Has there been any thought put to a combination of fossil fuel, gas and diesel, and then have an electric? Is there some, I know that years ago you couldn't even use your cell phone while you were pumping gas for fear that you might spark a fire. Is there any concerns about that in a small, footprint of a gas station where those electric chargers would have to be placed to be safe?
There certainly will be site requirements relative to that, so I can't speak to it specifically, but certainly that will be considered, as those stations are proposed and then permitted, et cetera.
Thank you.
Angel, thank you. Continue.
Okay. So again, to just give you a contrast here, as we've already discussed, the goal is to create this interconnected national network, and those are along the alternative fuel corridors, or AFCs. Predominantly, these are interstate facilities, so for a number of years now, states have been able to nominate AFCs, and then they're designated by the Federal Highway Administration. So what you see on the left is a picture of that nationally, and then what you see on the right is what that looks like in Virginia. So we have just under 1,000 miles of alt fuel corridors in Virginia. And why that's important is because the NEVI program requires that you fully build out your interstates, your AFCs, prior to being able to then use the funding in other ways. So for example, starting to look at other facilities where you might support charging infrastructure. Okay. So again, to access the formula funds, states were required to submit a deployment plan by August 1. Again, we had 5 months. I would suggest it was really less than 5 months because of some of the uncertainty and confusion out of the gate, but the Federal Highway Administration did issue guidance, and they issued a rather prescriptive template that states had to use to submit their plan, so it's not really, there's no creativity there. It's follow the template, fill in the boxes, get the information that's responsive to that template. So we did submit it on time, and we understand there's a firm commitment by DOT to have all of those plans reviewed and hopefully approved by September 30th. We have every indication that our plan will be approved. We've already received a little bit of feedback and made some adjustments. You may have heard just last week, 35 states had their plans approved, and we anticipate ours will be coming in the very near future. I did want to point out that our plan does not direct funding yet. We're not there yet, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So high level, again, we've covered some of this, but to put it into planning phases, this is how we view the program. So we're well into phase 1, where we've nominated additional AFCs and had those approved. We've solicited stakeholder feedback, done a bit of public outreach, certainly more to come. We've developed that very initial deployment plan, and we're waiting on that approval, and then we'll begin the process of soliciting for projects and then going through the award process, which will be focused on fully building out our AFCs. Then we move into phase 2. Again, stakeholder engagement is just critical here so that we understand where the opportunities are and where the challenges are, so we can have more discussion along the lines of what you all were just mentioning today. We do anticipate, because of what's happening in this arena, that plan is going to get updated every year, because we're going to learn more. We're going to have more policy decisions potentially coming from this board, so that plan will be like a living document. So as we move into phase 2 and we've fully built out those AFCs, we'll start looking at, for example, and it's just an example, what you see on the map on the bottom right of the slide are corridors of statewide significance. So perhaps that's the next arena that we step into, is looking at infrastructure along corridors of statewide significance, or we start to look at community charging. That's another aspect that many states are talking about. Stakeholder engagement and an iterative planning process are paramount in this program, and what this slide just conveys is the plethora of entities that are involved here, and many that are denoted on the left-hand side are folks that we've already engaged with, and some quite heavily, as we've had to receive feedback and information from them to build that initial deployment plan. But we do see that, you know, with each round of funding, as we receive more feedback, we get clarifications on program requirements, we update our plan, infrastructure is deployed, funding is deployed. We'll just continue to work through that process in an iterative fashion. So getting down to the specifics in Virginia, so this map again represents our alt fuel corridors more or less, and it shows you those station locations, those 17 that we believe meet the current program requirements, and once we have our plan approval, we'll have affirmation of that. So the orange dots are where generally we would need to have additional stations or upgrades perhaps to existing stations to meet those requirements. Again, every 50 miles, 1 mile off the interstate. So we would anticipate it would be in these areas where we would hope to receive requests for funding. So it's about 15 to 20, just depending on new station versus station upgrade.
And once you bring the Teslas in, if you get that,
That will
then
change the map.
this will change the map.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
it may change those target locations. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
We don't have a date yet. We don't really know. We're sort of speculating, right?
So lastly, just to put it all together in terms of next steps, we expect approval by September 30th. We'll then launch into the funding opportunity for third-party procurement of the infrastructure. And so what I mean specifically there is that we intend to put a request for information out this fall to solicit some feedback, to get a sense of what the market response may be, so that we're even more informed. And then we would turn first of the year and issue RFPs to solicit project proposals. So as we do that, we believe funding is sufficient with the initial installment of formula funds. Should we get the right applications, project applications in the right locations, we believe it's more than sufficient to meet that fully built out status along the alt fuel corridors. So we'll continue that engagement. Goes without saying that we'll engage the board prior to any awards for funding. And I already mentioned the annual updates that we anticipate just to keep pace with everything that's changing and evolving with the program. So that concludes my remarks. No, I had one more
There's
slide.
one more
I
slide.
forgot. There's one more slide. So in addition to the formula funds, there is a discretionary grant program in this arena, but guidance is forthcoming. We understand it's $2.5 billion split evenly between quarter charging and community charging, but you know, we're not sure yet exactly what those requirements will be and how we'll approach you know, submitting for that grant program.
Hines?
Right. Thanks, Mr. and thank you for this last
Sorry.
slide. So, you know, prefatory, I guess, to this is the conversation that we just had about the fact that there are some choices to be made and that there are options that might be before the board from a policy perspective, whether it's wanting to provide some preference for small women-owned businesses or seek to drive the renewable market a little bit more in Virginia. If our engagement all comes at the point of grant award, we're sort of a rubber stamp, honestly, because you've been through the whole process, you put your procurement out, you had all your all your expectations were laid out there. And so I would just ask Mr. Secretary that from a policy perspective, as a policy board, perhaps we could have that policy conversation sooner rather than later. And hopefully sooner than when you actually put the RFPs out so that the preferences of this board are known in the creation of the RFP. So,
Sam, thank you.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary,
Sir.
May I ask a question about taxation, and has the federal government precluded us from taxing kilowatt usage at these stations?
I don't know the answer to that.
So we could technically,
We don't know that. We don't know the answer.
We'll ask.
We know. We don't know.
Don't know.
Hate to speculate on that. Find out.
Find out.
To your point.
Right, and Mr. Secretary, you know, the conversation you had about, people with hybrids and VMT and all of that, I'll just say I'm part of a pilot here in the state right now that's looking at VMT on my hybrid. And I think there's a certain number, they just sent me one because I have a hybrid, but it might be useful for this board to understand what is going on relative to replacing the gas tax, just as a point of information for us all, because it's kind of scary in terms of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund if we don't have a plan. So letting us know what's being studied would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. No, I won't even go there yet. Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Angel. I think we're going to talk about some trails now. Next item on the agenda is item 15, multi-use trails. Mr. Lawson. So as was indicated to you before, the General Assembly allocated or appropriated $79 million to be used on regional multi-use trails and also to set up a trails office. And so this is our first cut at where we are with that. And Mr. Lawson, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, thank you for having me this morning. As the chair mentioned there, I do want to take a few minutes this morning just to kind of update you on the funding that has been provided from the General Assembly, and actually dates back to 2021, and you'll see that for multi-use trails.
Let me say one other thing. You do not have this in your book.
We do,
It's on the drive, but it's not in your, it was not there before, and I apologize for that. But it is there now. It's on the link.
It's in the workshop drive.
On the drive.
Okay.
Ms. Lawson.
All right. So what I wanted to do today was take a few minutes to let you know about the funding that has been provided for multi-use trails, talk a little bit about how we want to begin advancing that program, and I think Ms. Dean is going to talk about how the office is being set up that will be facilitating the trails program longer term. So as noted, the general funds have been provided actually in the last 3 budgets for multi-use trails. Most recent in both the caboose bill and the new biennial budget that were passed in June, there were funds provided specifically noted for the planning, development, and construction of multi-use trails across the Commonwealth. The language was specific in the charge to the CTB, and that the monies were to be prioritized on trails that are, 1, new regional trails, 2, projects that improve connectivity between existing trails, and that we should provide geographic diversity in the use of the funds. The budget language also called for the establishment of a state trails office. You may recall, for those of you that were here, in January there was a presentation made to you about the study that was previously done around multi-use trails with a recommendation of the establishment of a trails office and how that office should kind of function. And that is what the legislature was kind of pointing to when they said the office should be established. And again, Ms. Dean will talk about that a little bit more later. So in terms of funding, we actually had, looking through historically through 2024, the budget that was just passed, there's $103 million directed to multi-use trails. There were 10 million previously provided in the Transportation Initiative in 2021. That 10 million has not been expended. And then there was 37.5 million provided in the caboose bill for 2022, and another 41.5 million provided in the biennial budget in 2023, for a total of $89 million in general funds. The budget language also directed that about $7 million a year in 23 and 24 out of the TAP program funds be used toward trails.
So let's be clear on that. That's not new money. It's telling us to take our existing TAP money and spend it a certain way.
Yeah, and that 7 million was arrived at as it was seen as the uplift in the TAP program as it related to IIJA. The Trails Office is to be created as part of the 2022 report, and I'm going to let you speak to that just very briefly.
Sure. Thank you, John. So following the direction from the legislature and somewhat consistent with that report that John spoke of, the department is moving forward with setting up the office in a matrix fashion. And what I mean by that is rather than a new office, we're leveraging existing resources, just adding staff to those resources in our planning division as well as our local assistance division, because both of those are very integral to working through obviously the planning and outreach component that this office is charged with, as well as working with localities and other partners to work through the financing and the project proposals and implementation of the funds. So specifically, the budget allowed 3 positions to staff the office. We're going to move forward with 2 of those and hold the third in reserve until we see how this unfolds. We don't want to overshoot the staffing here. So we'll add a staff person in our planning division, add a staff person in our local assistance division dedicated to this work. Our planning division will be the lead for the office. Also, consistent with the budget language, we will deploy $800,000 in FY23 money to initially fund those 2 positions, and then also to secure resources to help us with the data and analysis that will be necessary to stand up that data clearinghouse and produce the initial trails plan. They will also help us with the outreach that's required broadly with the public and other interested parties, as well as specifically with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, as well as the State Trails Advisory Committee.
So we want to talk a little bit about how we move forward from this point. In terms of the office, as was just explained, obviously they'll take a little time for the office to stand up and to get some of the planning done, to get the statewide trails plan developed. And in the meantime, there's a significant amount of general funds setting to be used to support trails. During the budget process, there was a lot of discussion about specific trails. Some were even in some of the member amendments leading up to the budget. However, the final budget that was presented and approved did not have any specific funding amounts identified for, or any specific trails identified in the budget. But there was some clarity provided to us, to the Secretary, as to what the Assembly had in mind when they were providing these funds. And they actually identified 5 what they considered priority trail projects across the Commonwealth. And you can see those 5 here listed. The Shenandoah Valley Trail, which is out here in the Shenandoah, Rockingham area. The Craig Valley Trail, which is in Botetourt, Craig County. The Peaks to Creeks, which is an urban trail in the city of Lynchburg. The Baca Heritage Trail in Mecklenburg, and then the Eastern Shore Trail in Northampton and Accomack. The Assembly felt strongly that the funds provided should support these activities. And what we would like to do, and the reason they did not enumerate that in the budget, is that they didn't want to, one, impede our ability to negotiate any transactions associated with the trails. And two, we just don't know where we're going with inflationary adjustments or needs and supply chain impacts. So there was a desire, well, I should say a feeling that we shouldn't lock the department down in terms of how much money should be put on each trail. So what we are recommending today is that, of course, the TAP funds that are identified for the projects, in the prior TAP selection, 11.8 million was provided to trails. So that leaves 2.2 million of TAP funds to be available for trails once the specific trails would be selected. The Trails Office, obviously, as explained, will use 800,000 of the monies provided. And then of the monies left, what we are recommending, staff is recommending to the board, is that we utilize general funds to support the 5 priority trails that the Assembly identified. And today, given where we are, and with the scoping, the development, or just general understanding of the status of each of these trails, what we are suggesting is that the board provide up to $1 million to each trail to support the evaluation, scoping, right-of-way negotiations, or construction planning efforts that would be needed to advance those projects. Before those projects could advance to any concrete stage for actual right-of-way purchase or construction procurement, we would have to come back to the board with an actual project budget outlining what the total scope is, what the actual scope is, the total project cost, et cetera. And there are many pieces to this, as you may well know. I suspect some of you know bits and pieces about some of these trails. There's questions as to who would own the trail, who would actually build the trail, who would maintain the trail. There's a whole governance issue around these as well. So there's a lot of pieces to be worked out. But there was a feeling that if we could put a little money on each of these trails, we could start to make some headway on how to advance those forward. So as the chairman mentioned to you earlier, there is an action item that has been added under new business to seek your approval to implement this plan, to whereby the commissioner could provide up to $1 million to each trail based on what is determined to be the need associated to that trail. So next steps, as mentioned, we'll have that action item for you to consider this afternoon, well, following this meeting. As Ms. Dean mentioned, the positions are being filled to stand up the Trails Office. Then once the office is in place, then the coordination will begin with the Trail Advisory Committee and Department of Recreation, or Conservation and Recreation, and the development of the state trails plan and the clearinghouse as directed by or kind of as outlined and assumed based on that January report. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Let me say one other thing. It's interesting as you look at the existing trails network in the Commonwealth in terms of who sort of owns them and who operates them and what secretariat is involved in them, because it's all over the map, right? We've got private partners, we have not-for-profits, we've got governments, we've got different secretariats. And so one of the things this Trails Office is trying to do is get a handle on it. And the reason they gave it to us, even though most of these aren't truly transportation trails, meaning we're not reducing congestion, we're not sending trucks from point A to point B, they're mostly, these particular trails, for example, are mostly recreational. But VDOT has such a long and good history of planning and design and process and sort of following a rigorous sort of methodology. They thought it best for us to do this. And so I thought it was a great credit to VDOT, sort of what they've done in the past. And So we're going to do it. So as I told you, I think in the beginning, this is one of those things that I apologize that we're going to ask y'all to vote on at the action meeting after this is adjourned. It's pretty straightforward. It's not a big commitment. As John said, we've got $79 million and we're allocating $5 million just to get each one started so we can get the process moving. And this was the expression from the legislature, so that's the recommendation that we'll bring back to you in the action meeting. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thanks, John. This appears to assume that each of the trails are in a similar point of development. And I think some of us got the letter from the gentleman from the Eastern Shore about they're considering themselves shovel-ready in terms of right-of-way. I know for the Shenandoah Trail, there has already been an appraisal that's been done for the rail trail. But your proposal seems to imply that these are all at the same point of evolution, and I'm not sure that's fair. I also know that we've received a federal grant for some of the trail acquisition for the Shenandoah Rail Trail, and I'm just worried that that might disappear, and the appraisal may go out of date because there's a timeline on that. So can you talk about what you see as like the next steps? Because I know there's a lot of work going on at these respective trails, and this seems like, to be honest, it's sort of slowing things down to put us all in the same cadence when I'm not sure that all these trail leaderships are in the same spot.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, you're absolutely correct. There was no intent here to say that they're all starting at ground zero. But to your point, and we don't know where they all are in many cases. So what this allows us to do is to get our hands around each of those trails, to know where they are, and then how to advance them. So it is clearly you're exactly right. I know Shenandoah or Eastern Shore, some of these are much further advanced than others. But until we actually have people focusing, on each of those trails, we don't know where they are exactly. We just know what people are telling us, and this will give us that opportunity to really get our hands around each one so that we know the best way to move them forward.
It should not slow us down, Mr. Merrill. We don't want to miss any opportunities here. But the truth is, we don't know where we are, right? And we don't want to just start allocating money to things where we don't know where it is. So
But your earlier point, I do applaud the fact that VDOT has been identified as the repository, because you're exactly correct on your inventory. It's a mismatch of who owns, operates, manages, et cetera.
And that might be okay, but somebody needs to stand at the top and say, this is how it's going to work, and this makes sense, and coordinate the whole thing. So that's where we are. Mr. Kasper.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Lawson, when the General Assembly allocated these funds and created the outline that we're working with now, was there consideration of a future reversion to a transportation use, principally rail, in their consideration? And I use the term rail banking generically. There's been a concerted effort on part of states in particular to take corridors. We have two corridors in the trails that you've identified that are 50 miles of continuous right-of-way. One of them parallels one of our busiest interstates. The other was a vital transportation corridor on the Eastern Shore. Is part of our task in developing this program to make certain that we have provisions within our purchase agreements that would allow these corridors to ultimately, under some set of criteria to be determined, to revert to a rail use or a freight or passenger transport use rather than a recreational use.
Let me address that, Mr. Kasper. There's no formal direction from the General Assembly and what they handed us for that. That's exactly the kinds of things we're trying to get our arms around through this initial process. Is where might it be appropriate, where it may not be appropriate, and what do we think it should be? And so that's one reason that we're not, going full scale in this, because we don't know the answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's absolutely a criteria we're going to look
Good.
at.
It's a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
But certain things that could happen to the trail, of course, could preclude or eliminate the option to revert to rail.
Absolutely.
So these are things we'll have to consider. Thank
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Hines?
Do we have standards that trails would be built to?
We do.
Do, good.
That's why they like us. One of the reasons they like us.
Good. Well, and the only other thing I would say on this, having served on the Arlington County Board, where we do have a lot of trails, is in the heavy snowfall parts of the year, clearing the trails became a very important thing, that they were used more for people getting around to daily living and commuting than we understood until the snow fell.
And that's one of the reasons I said these specific trails are not so transportation oriented, because some of them are, right? Some of our trails are.
You would be surprised. I guess that's partly my point, is we were surprised. We thought they were not being used for daily living, getting around, and it turned out they were.
You've done a good job of educating me in that regard, so I'm no longer surprised. I accept it as fact, and I'm glad for it, frankly. Yes, Mr. Stant.
Just a point to Scott's point about going back to rail. The Eastern Shore Trail just removed 50, 60 miles of ties and track within the last 4 or 5 months, so.
But it's not just that, Mr. Stan, it's the underlying bed and whether we can revert and all those things, right?
Yeah. Ties and rail can be replaced with relative ease, and we're showing that on the S line, actually. That's a good example of an alignment that's been abandoned for over 40 years. We're now going back, we own that S line, and we're going to turn that into a high-speed passenger
We
route.
really want to be I mean, when you get rid of a railroad right away, try to get a new one. That's right. Right? Try to get a new one. You know, and maybe it's the right thing to do, right? But you're going to do it cautiously, because you can't get it back. It just doesn't happen.
Be very difficult.
You know, people, it's funny when we talk about rail and high-speed rail and this and that, and they go, well, like, why don't you just put a rail line in there? I'm like, no, it doesn't just work that easily. So, yeah, your point's well taken. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. One last request or suggestion. Could we, I know you're talking about filling these positions and setting up the office, but I think about process. Could we all of a sudden, all at the same time, request from these trail leadership to start reporting on where they are to accelerate?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And I would anticipate some presentations on each of the trails coming back to you as we move them forward.
Because as I read this, I've read fill the positions and to get the advisory committee.
Mr. Kasperwitz has taught us a little bit about one of these trails that we didn't know a lot about, right? So he's got some knowledge we don't know yet. We're just trying to collect the knowledge, and we'll be collected it from those sources and others. What else?
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Lawson.
along with that, just part of the process, we approve these funds. Is there reporting in advance of how we spend these hunks of money, or are they just? Okay.
There's no, I mean, the million is just to do the preliminary evaluation, collect the information, try to get our arms around what's needed there, right? Where are we? Who's doing what? Is there an opportunity for reversion? Should there be one? What kind of right-of-way is involved? What kind of takes might need to be done? Da-da-da-da, who's in charge now? All that is what the $1 million is for each of them. So it just allows us to get started, get our fingers in there, and start collecting information. But up to the $1 million, there's not going to be a, can we spend this? We'll be giving authority up to $1 million on each trail to go down this road. Not beyond $1 million, but up to $1 million for each of them.
Correct.
That's what we're asking for. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. So the next item on the agenda is the director's items. Mr. Brule?
So each of you should have received via email and now in your folder a director's report from DRPT. This is a new format, something new that we're going to give to you each month that is going to highlight some key happenings at DRPT. But I think more importantly, what you have in there is a series of statistics about our programs. So we're reporting statewide transit ridership, WMATA ridership, the Virginia Breeze, which is our intercity bus program, that ridership. Our freight rail programs will be reporting to you annually, and we'll also include data for Amtrak. So we'll give you that each month. It'll give you a look into how we are very actively monitoring the performance of our systems. That data is available on our external webpage. We refresh it there once a quarter, so we're giving you a little little bit of a sneak preview as we're validating and working with those transit systems. So the data that's in there is for July. We continue to be very encouraged by the trends that we're seeing. Much like the conversation yesterday morning, our job has a lot to do with behavioral change and convincing people to change their travel patterns and take a different option. So it has been a slow move since COVID, but we are definitely encouraged by the trends that we're seeing. The other thing that I was going to mention that is in the director's report is, as you may know, for the last 6 months, we've had an acting chief of public transportation at DRPT. Grant Sparks was here yesterday. He's done a fabulous job for us. But he has expressed his desire to return to his regular role. He has 3 very, very young children. So I'm very grateful for the sacrifices he's made to keep us moving forward while that position's been vacant. We've been very fortunate to recruit an excellent candidate who will be joining us for the next CTB meeting, and that's Zach Trogdon. He's coming to us from the Williamsburg Area Transit Authority. He's also previously been a county administrator and a town manager. Worked with him over a number of years, and I think he's going to be a great addition to our team. I know my team is very excited to have him here, and so I'm really excited that we're getting back staffed up at the executive level with DRPT to continue to do the good work that we're doing as an agency. If you have any questions on the information in the director's report and want to go into it in any detail, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to chat anytime, but that's just something that we're starting to do to be more transparent with you about our agency activities.
Thanks, Mr. Burrell. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 2 items for you, one of which the Secretary mentioned to you earlier. On September 10th, we had the fortunate opportunity to open 9 miles, have an early opening of 9 miles of the express lanes on I-66 outside the Beltway. Work continues on that project to be able to bring that project in on time, shooting for a December 1st opening date for the remaining 13 miles all the way to the Capitol Beltway. So we look forward to continuing that successful project and opening it on time. The second item that I have for you, and there's a gentleman in the back of the room that I'd like to stand up and come forward to the podium, and that's Randy Kaiser, who's the Stanton District Administrator. As Randy's coming up to the podium, this might embarrass him a little bit, but I'll take advantage of it while I can. So, Mr. Secretary, it is with a heavy heart that I'm going to announce to the board that Randy has given notice to his impending retirement at the end of this year. Randy has been a district administrator here in the Stanton District since 2011, but he has 35 years of service back to the Commonwealth and the department. A little bit of background, I did do a little bit of, had some staff do a little bit of a deep dive into his personnel file last night.
Uh-oh.
And,
only the good stuff, boss, please. Okay.
I just have the highlights for you. Graduate of Virginia Tech in civil engineering in 1985 and joined the agency in '87 as a VDOT trainee. He did, when he graduated from that program or completed the program in December of '88, he became an assistant resident engineer in the Dillon residency, and then was promoted to resident engineer in 1992 here in Luray for the Luray residency. Serving in about 10 years, I believe, Randy, promoted. 11 years. Resident engineer. Promoted to a district construction engineer and PE manager. Did a little bit of time as an acting district engineer, and then 2011 became the district engineer. So hats off to you, and congratulations on your retirement. Very well respected here in the department and as well as the district. So I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. It is a pure pleasure, too, to host the CTB meeting here in Stanton. And that wasn't planned either, for this to happen, for this retirement to be announced. But I hope you enjoyed your stay here in the historic Stanton area known as the Queen City of the Valley. And definitely enjoying the historic area, and I'm very blessed to have a very engaged CTB member with Mr. Mark Morrell. He's hit the ground running. He's almost been in the role for 2 years, and he was very innovative to actually get that scenic tour on your agenda yesterday afternoon. I think everybody really enjoyed that. And then he got very blessed, I guess, at the July CTB meeting. We have 2 new rule-at-large members within his geographical area, Mr. Ty Lawson from Winchester and Mr. Randy Laird here in Stanton. And that was very handy. We could actually use Randy and his expertise to host a nice reception we had last night and a beautiful dinner, and really appreciate your hospitality to actually have the CTB meeting here. It was a great event, and I really appreciate the hard work and coordination you did. And a big appreciation to my staff. I know Don Camaro, Josh Donnelly out from Harrisonburg Residency, my executive assistant, Amanda, and of course Sandy Myers and Ken Slacker here, all the logistical support for today's event. So I hope you enjoyed your time here in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley and Allegheny Highlands. It's a great place to work and live and raise a family. So appreciate the recognition, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Sir, the only thing I can say is you're too darn young to retire.
Well, you told me at the spring CTB, and you're still here, Randy? I remember you saying that up there at Blue Ridge. I said,
Well, we had
"Man,
to get a couple extra members because we knew it was coming. We had to like supplement, leaving a big void there.
Yeah, well, I got some good staff. I know that I will be able to help out during the transition, and I know there'll be a lot of interest in the role. So the commissioner was very proactive to get it posted, and I think it's closed. So I'll be here to help out in that transition. So thank you
for everything
sir.
you've done. We'll miss you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The final item on the workshop agenda is just any secretary's items. I really don't have a lot other than to thank the Lairds last night for wonderful hospitality. It's great to be in the valley and be at this amazing place here. And the great news about the amazing place is they have a hard stop on our room at noon. Some of our bags are still in the room. And that means we're going to take a 10-minute break so we can go get our bags out of the room. And then we're going to start again on our action item, our action agenda when we get back. So please do not tarry. But this concludes the workshop meeting. That's an early warning signal. Randy, your last official act is tell the people to come into the room.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I like it. That's my man. Good man.
You got a handout, that's nice.
Probably both.
Okay. Oh, on the Eastern Shore?
You're missing. Mr. Megan. Mr. Megan. Duncan Meakin. Teasing. Mr. McGann, do you see Mr. Coleman or Mr. Dotson out there? Tell me he was directed to do that 15 minutes ago. I think he's checking out the pest control contract for the hotel. That's what I think he's doing. All right, folks, we're going to get started. So the first item, I'm going to call the action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board to order. The first item on our agenda are public comments. So as some of you all know, as I've said before, we have a 3-minute rule on public comments. And, you know, if you're getting close, I don't get real exercised. But if you're just going on and on and on and on and on, then I'm likely to say you've expired your 3-minute period. So please be respectful of the others that come in to speak as well, and everyone's time. We want you here. This is one of the reasons we come here, is to get out in the field and hear from people. So it's very important to us. And I'll give you some latitude, but please just try to be respectful and try to be succinct. Tell us what you want us to know, and that's what we're looking for. So with that, my friend, Mr. Jim Outland, Eastern Shore Railroad advocate.
Thank you,
Trail.
Mr. Secretary.
Eastern Shore Rail Trail, excuse me.
Yes, sir. And members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and understand after looking at your agenda and some of the things you're looking at, you've got a lot of information that you're dealing with to make prudent decisions, so I will be brief. By way of introduction, my name is Jim Outland. I'm a resident of Northampton County on the Eastern Shore, and I work in the town of Cape Charles. I'm the general manager of Canoni Atlantic Company. Canoni Atlantic Company is owned by the Accomack Northampton Transportation District Commission. And Canoni Atlantic also owns all of the rail assets of the Eastern Shore Railroad. And those include facilities at Little Creek, 49 miles of deactivated corridor in Accomack and Northampton counties, and 14 miles of active railway that goes from Hallwood, Virginia into Somerset County, Maryland, and terminates in Pocomoke City. In addition, I'm a member of the board of the Eastern Shore Rail Trail Foundation, where I'm the treasurer. That's a 501c3 entity. Along with me today is my colleague, Mr. George Mapp, who is also a member of the board, a Northampton County native, and a president of the Citizens for Better Eastern Shore Civic Group. We also extend our greetings to the board from two gentlemen who are unable to be here today, Mr. Ron Wolf, who's former chairman of the Accomack County Board of Supervisors, who is our chairman of our Rail Trail Foundation Board, and is the representative of District 2, Northeastern Accomack, which includes Nassau Wallops and the Virginia Spaceport. Our second gentleman who could not be here that some of you may know is Mr. H. Spencer Murray. Mr. Murray is a former chairman of the Northampton Board of Supervisors and was recently named to a brand new position at Canoni Atlantic Company, president. So we're glad to have him on board. Our purpose in appearing here before you today is to let you know that we are seeking funding to convert approximately 47 miles of the corridor in Accomack and Northampton counties into a multi-use path for the benefits, to benefit the citizens, businesses, and visitors to the Eastern Shore. The reasons for this request, or the business case, if you will, are as follows. First, a conversion project of this nature is cost efficient for the Commonwealth because there are no right-of-way acquisition costs. The ANTD, the Accomack Northampton Transportation District Commission, owns the corridor and by way of its Canoni Atlantic entity. In addition, the corridor is already rail banked under the National Trails Act. Also, the corridor is truly shovel-ready. By that, I mean we have engaged without any cost to the Commonwealth to have all rails, ties, signals, and other track material removed from the corridor, as well as to have the ballast rock graded. That work is 90% complete. We expect completion in January, and we've used a top-notch salvage operator to do that work for us. We've also, through the rail banking process, handled all of the processes with the Surface Transportation Board to gain that designation, and all of those legal costs and costs of engaging with that, again, have been done without any requirement from the Commonwealth for funding. In addition, VDOT has also completed an extensive feasibility study of the corridor. That document was produced in December of 2020 in its final form. It notes that approximately 30 miles of the Eastern Shore corridor that's deactivated parallels busy VDOT right-of-way. Also, that study documented extensive public support among the citizenry of the shore for conversion to a multi-use trail. In addition, a conversion of this nature of a multi-use path would link 11 former railroad towns together in a shared use environment. 2 of those towns include towns with historically significant Victorian architecture, those being Cape Charles and Parksley. The expected tourist, of course, and economic benefits of trails are well documented and well known, and we think that those types of things would complement the Commonwealth's prior investment in the corridor that it has made by way of the Eastern Shore Broadband Authority and the Hampton Roads Sanitation District Commission, which we have enabled by easement to use. Finally, we see providing a safe north-south mobility corridor as a means for us to begin to address our some of the lowest rankings in health on the in the Commonwealth. Specifically, our 21.5% of our residents have access to adequate exercise facilities versus 78% for the Commonwealth as a whole. So in conclusion, the shore's done much of this work on its own. It's been a long journey. We've done our homework. We've learned a lot. And we've already borne these costs without engaging with the Commonwealth. But now we need your help. We're willing to partner with anybody and really just kind of need your help and directions for how we should move forward. Really enjoyed Mr. Lawson's presentation and had the opportunity to meet and speak with him before this. But if there are any other questions anyone would have, please reach out to us. It's hard for folks on the shore to deal with change in regards to the corridor being gone. There's a lot of great history there, but they are willing to embrace a multi-use trail, but the time for us is now to begin providing that for them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Whitfield. Not follow Mr. Allen's lead. 5 minutes over is 3 minutes.
Members of the CTB, I'm Rob
Welcome.
Whitfield.
Welcome,
I'm with the
Mr.
Fairfax County Taxpayers Alliance. And I started getting involved in transportation issues 15 years ago when I opposed the use of tolls on the Dulles Toll Road to pay for the Silver Line. As many of you know, the cost of that project ended up more than double the original estimate. In 2014, Governor Terry McAuliffe told the General Assembly in his initial speech, "Tolls in Virginia are too damn high, and I'm going to do something about it." And to his credit, he did for the Midtown Tunnel between Norfolk and Portsmouth. And I met the lady from Skanska, who I think is the project manager recently, and apparently the tolls have been further reduced for moderate low-income people. I asked Susan Shaw in 2016, the project manager for the I-66 project outside the Capital Beltway, when are we going to see reduced tolls for low and moderate income people in Northern Virginia? She said, "We're working on it." That was 6 or 7 years ago. A month or two ago, I spoke with Secretary Cummings and the governor and was told that they're going to look at the whole issue of tolls. I didn't hear anything back. So my ask to you is that at next month's conference, that we have a panel discussing toll equity, because low and moderate income people in Northern Virginia have higher housing costs, higher other costs than they do elsewhere in Virginia, and so far the CTB hasn't appeared to answer. Right now we're dealing with the EMWA that now, because of the cost of Silver Line going up another $250 million, automatically they're saying, oh, $188 million of that's going to be on the Dulles Toll Road users. Why, with what authority? And Mr. Kasparitz, I talked to briefly this morning, he was there in Tim Kaine's administration in 2007 when these arrangements were made. Respectfully, I asked the CTB and the General Assembly, the only people who are not represented on the Dulles Corridor Advisory Committee are the people paying the tolls. We're paying over $3 billion, and now this additional $250 million. I did ask for consideration of defeasing some of the existing bonds. I got told that that was too complicated. But really, we haven't had any effective responsiveness from Richmond at all on the whole issue of the cost overruns. I would certainly ask that you consider how to assist us in this matter, because Fairfax County only gets back 23 cents of every dollar we send to Richmond. Northern Virginia provides about 40% of the total revenues to the Commonwealth, and we're getting the short end of the stick. So I have much more I wish to say. Maybe we could have a workshop at the governor's conference where we can have some of these issues and answers to get, I've been raising many questions to the secretary, as he well knows. It's time to get some answers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Next speaker is Mr. David Foster. Welcome, Mr. Foster.
I'm David Foster, chairman of a grassroots rail advocacy group called Rail Solution. I want to welcome you guys all, and ladies, all to the I-81 corridor. I imagine it's nice to be out of the VDOT auditorium for a while. And we're glad to see you on the road. I had to take advantage of your presence here today to pitch a couple of rail ideas, one dealing with freight and one dealing with passengers. Rail Solution got its start back in 2003. I don't know if any of you remember, back then we had a consortium called a consortium headed by Halliburton that came and wanted to privatize the entire I-81 235-mile corridor through Western Virginia to add 2 more lanes in each direction for trucks only and to make it a toll road. This was kind of over the top for the people who lived around here and in the valley, Shenandoah Valley and Southwest Virginia, and it kind of coalesced some opposition. Rail Solution was one of the results of that. Our founder was prescient enough to realize it was not enough to just be a NIMBY, that you had to have a reasonable alternative to project. And it happens that Norfolk Southern has a parallel rail line all the way from central Pennsylvania, following I-81 all the way down to Knoxville, Tennessee. And we said, okay, we admit that the problem in the I-81 corridor is freight. Let's look at adding new freight capacity on the rail, as well as supersizing the highway. It might be less expensive and less impactful both economically and environmentally if we did this on the rail rather than on the highway. So we wanted to have a study done, a good scientific study done of the life cycle costs and benefits economically and environmentally of adding freight capacity on the highway versus on the rail. One of our singular failures over the last 20 years is not getting this study done. One of the reasons has always been, oh, there's no funding for it. Now I'm hopeful that with federal legislation promoting infrastructure and other environmental things focused on the decarbonization of the transportation sector, maybe that can be done. So I have a handout that I'm going to leave that relates to the prior truck diversion studies that have been done in Virginia, and it talks about their advantages and disadvantages and some pitfalls to avoid if we are going to do this study at long last, which I hope it can happen. I also want to mention a passenger project. I guess you probably know that this summer, the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority finished working out an agreement with Norfolk Southern to acquire the former Virginian Railway main line between the Roanoke Valley and the New River Valley. The manifest purpose of this was to extend Amtrak service to the New River Valley. There are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on this effort, and I heard the Secretary Miller mention earlier today return on investment. I think we need to do more than just a couple Amtrak trains. I think we have a potential to use this state investment to develop commuter rail between the Roanoke Valley and the New River Valley. A rapid and significant development of the Carilion Virginia Tech Medical Complex in Roanoke has caused there to be a lot of commuting back and forth every day. And if we have a rail link that has frequent, reliable transportation, we can take a lot of people off of I-81, reducing congestion and traffic deaths, and we can also enhance the economic development between the two urban areas. So those are my pitches for today. I'm going to leave these handouts with I only have 10 of them, but I'm going to leave them with the head table up here, and the rest of them I'm going to leave with Ray Smoot to share with his rail committee. I'm not aware of which ones of you are on the rail committee. Otherwise, I would give you one personally. but I'll give them to Carol, and she can distribute them as appropriate. My contact information is on there, and if I would always be glad to field any questions. I don't want to take up time for your agenda to do that now unless you want me to.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Sally Wolf Garrison. Good afternoon. Welcome.
It's actually still morning,
Is it?
so we'll say good morning. So good morning, Mr. Secretary, Congratulations. I think we're bantering, I think I get a pause on my time. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Deputy Secretary.
I'm a little bit forgiving about the time tonight.
I have noticed, and I won't take advantage of that, sir. Mr. Commissioner, Madam Director, ladies and gentlemen of the Transportation Board, good morning. It is still morning. My name is Sally Wolf Garrison, and I'm here this morning to talk with you about the Shenandoah Valley Rail Program. I represent the Rockingham County Board of Supervisors, and we are one of three counties that is touched by that particular project. As Deputy Secretary Lawson shared earlier, there is indeed considerable interest about a 48.5-mile swath of land that begins in the northern end of Rockingham County and continues through Front Royal. On the local level, county governance deals most crucially and most impactfully for generations with the responsibility of making land use decisions. And we have to make those land use decisions based on what is the best use of that land, not only currently, but in the future. And while your decisions reach far beyond a single county, the Shenandoah Rail Trail proposal starts with a land decision. And it is ultimately, will forever alter the trajectory of employment opportunities, economic development, tourism, preservation of environmental resources, all of which are contributors to the long-term viability of Western Virginia. 2 General Assembly commissioned economic impact analysis studies, a feasibility study, in addition to a unified, overwhelming level of support of 3 counties, 9 towns, and 2 communities that touch this particular corridor of land, indicate that the best use of this land is to acquire the corridor in the very, very near future for the purchase of creating the Shenandoah Rail Trail program. Right now, there are millions of dollars in the Virginia Department of Transportation section of the current Virginia budget, specifically designated for multi-use trails and for a state trails office. I urge you to acknowledge the potential benefits of a Shenandoah Rail Trail and what it will have in Western Virginia. It will create new jobs. It will spur local business creation and growth. It will provide educational opportunities for schools. It preserves natural and green space and recreational opportunities for residents and visitors alike. That's an ideal way to use land now and in the future. Our action agenda in October. When you get there in October, I respectfully urge you to acquire the land, use the funds that are available to acquire the land for the Shenandoah Rail Trail project and include that for action and consideration. Thank you for your very thoughtful listening and patient listening. And I thank you for your service to the residents of Virginia. This is a daunting, thankless task. And so I appreciate your willingness to continue in these roles. And please know that each of you have a standing invitation to Rockingham County to come and visit. It's a lovely place to be, and we would love to have you and host you at any point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf Garrison. Appreciate it very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Tim Proctor. Good morning, Mr. Proctor.
Good morning, Secretary. I am Tim Proctor, Mayor of Broadway, and this November I will have the honor of serving the citizens of Broadway for 29 years, 20 as a councilman, and I'm in my 4th term as mayor. When I was first elected, Broadway had a population of 1,209 residents. Today we have over 4,000. I think it's fair to say that most small towns across the Commonwealth, and indeed the country, often struggle to stay viable and relevant. For Broadway to more than triple in size in that amount of time, we've obviously done some things right. Development, upgrades, and infrastructure, parks, and various other programs. I say that to make this point. Nothing we have done right in Broadway in those 29 years combined has created the positive buzz, the passion, and the excitement as the possibility of this trail coming to fruition. Put it in another context, in those years, even the most popular projects or initiatives always receive some pushback, some level of opposition, and that's good. It makes for a better decision when you have dissenting viewpoints. However, we have not had one complaint or one concern about this project. In fact, our job has been to pump the brakes and tell citizens not to get too far ahead of you guys, for example. The other point I'd like to make is, having been a stockholder and director of a local resort for over 40 years, I have a working knowledge of many aspects of the tourism industry, having served on the boards of the Shenandoah Valley Travel Association, Virginia Travel Council, and Virginia Hotel and Motel Association in the past. That's added to that knowledge. I think some of those names have changed over the years because I've been at this a while. Through the years, many of our citizens have wondered how the town and surrounding area might take advantage of more tourism. Now, while I'm a glass half full kind of guy, I'm always honest in my opinions to our constituents and say that unless we discover gold in the North Fork of the Shenandoah River, we're not an ideal candidate for expansion of the tourist market. And I believe that goes for all of our friends and neighbors down the line of the proposed trail. With the hope for approval of the Shenandoah Trail project, that changes immediately, or as our town manager will say, that's a game changer. I have visited other rail projects, and I can tell you that he is right. This is a game changer for Broadway and our sister towns and cities and counties along the route. We become a tourist destination overnight. I have told many people that I project Broadway will have its first motel within 3 years of the trail's completion. Many years of experience will make you a realist and not subject to hyperbolic thinking, but I have absolutely no doubt this will be the best thing that has happened to Broadway since its incorporation in 1886, and if you do the math real quick, that's 156 years. So, in Broadway's case, this is not just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it's a once-in-several-lifetime opportunities, and those opportunities are rare. I thank you for consideration. I'll give you back 6 seconds. Thank you, Warren.
Well done. Now we know why you've been there so long. You've been continue to get. No, that works the other way. You're there because you've been effective. Our next speaker is Ms. Dolores Oates. Ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is morning, 10 more minutes.
We're still in it. It's lovely.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm Dolores Oates. I'm from Warren County. I'm on the Board of Supervisors there, and I'm here to talk to you today about the rail trail, Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail Partnership. As government leaders, both elected and appointed, we have the opportunity to improve the lives of Virginia citizens. The Shenandoah Valley Rail Trail is an unprecedented opportunity to impact generations of Virginia residents. The proposed rail trail passes through 9 towns, 2 communities, 3 counties, with 48.5 miles of safe recreation and transportation between those towns and counties. COVID underscored our need for improved health, and this project certainly checks all those boxes. Physical health, providing a safe location for cyclists, runners, walkers, and we have a lot of those in the Shenandoah Valley. We have large groups of cyclists, we have large groups of runners, and they're now currently using our roadways, which, as you know, can be very disastrous in some cases. We also have the impact to the ability to impact mental health. Studies have shown that people who are getting outside, who are enjoying our natural resources, who are active, are much happier and healthier people. And so for that reason alone, I would ask that you would consider helping us out with the rail trail. Economic health. The economic impact analysis that was done estimates $32.3 million in revenue to local businesses, hotels, and restaurants in the first year once the rail trail is done. That's significant. Warren County, as a matter of fact, is our #1 industry is tourism. So we do everything we can to invite people to come from 50 miles or more, which is actually the definition of tourism. So 50 miles or more for an overnight stay. This has the ability to create an entire tourism destination along this corridor. We have an appraisal for the corridor. We have a willing seller. And we have an overwhelming community support. VDOT helped us a lot, and we'd like to say thank you. We have a survey which attracted over 9,000 respondents. 94% of those people said they would use the trail once it was completed. I don't know that you could get 94% of people to agree on anything, so that is significant. Now we need your help. I respectfully request that the CTB consider moving forward with the acquisition of this corridor. I understand your need to collect data, but we're further along, and we feel a sense of urgency to capture this corridor while it's available and at this inflation rate. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Oates. Very well done.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Next speaker is Mr. Don Hinman.
Good morning.
Still morning.
It is still morning, and I'm speaking today well, my name is Don Heineman. I'm a retired emergency...
Pardon me, sir.
Quite all right. Don Heineman, I'm a retired emergency room physician, and for the last 6 years, I've been working on the Shenandoah Rail Trail project, which has really far advanced, and as you can hear, we have an enormous amount of support. We have 18 partners, 9 mayors, 3 county commissioners, 4 executive directors from local nonprofit groups. This trail is going to go through 11 communities, 9 of them incorporated, go past multiple battlefields and several schools. I'm a physician, so my big thing on this is my public health stint, okay? The number one problem in our valley, which is the number one problem in most places in America, is that people eat too much and exercise too little. I want to change that, okay? How many of you bicycled or walked to work? I asked that you don't need to raise your hand, but I mean, that's a question that I ask a lot, especially when I'm talking to the various civics groups, and almost all of the folks over 50 raise their hands. I ask that of high school groups that I'm in front of, and 1 or 2 or 3 people will raise their hands, and one boy said, but I got in trouble because I had to walk along Route 42, and his mom says it's dangerous. Well, she's right, it is dangerous, okay? This will give a safe transportation connection between 11 communities and half a dozen schools. Kids will be active while they're kids. That changes their lifetime, okay? This is why Centera and Valley Health Systems are 100% behind this. And so we are farther along, as Dolores said. Tim Taylor, who is the supervisor for Shenandoah County, he was here all morning, had to leave because he had to be back in Woodstock by noon. So that's why I'm speaking. And I'm going to give you back 30 seconds because you guys are clearly supportive. I want to thank Mark Merrill in particular for alerting us to this opportunity and for all of you for supporting alternative transportation and healthy transportation in Virginia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks for coming this morning. All right, I think that's everyone that's signed up. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, thank you all very much for coming and sharing your views with us. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from July 20. They've been distributed in your packet. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Is there a second? Are there any comments or suggestions, edits, corrections? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you. First numbered item on our agenda is the Office of Land Use, Kevin Gregg, action on discontinuance in the secondary system of Route 844 in Bedford County. Greg.
Chairman, members of the board, today I bring to you discontinuance in the great county of Bedford. Route 844 in Bedford County is a secondary road that currently serves the county's Waste and Recycle Convenience Center. The county is requesting this discontinuance in order to legally construct a gate to restrict convenience center access to its operating hours. If approved, this action will discontinue the entire 0.18 mile length of Route 844. This proposed discontinuance was legally advertised in the Bedford Bulletin on May the 11th, 2022. The county did not receive any request to hold a public hearing. The CTB approval is required by the code section for this to happen. The department recommends this discontinuance.
Mr. Gregg, isn't this the only thing that's on that road?
Yes, sir.
Exclusively for that facility?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Secretary, I'm pleased to move acceptance of this motion.
Dr. Smoot moves. Merrill seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Abstentions. Thank you very much. Second item, Mr. Gregg. Action on a commemorative naming of bridge on U.S. Route 58, Jones Street, over Town Branch in Lee County with the Bristol District as the Eddie Ramey Memorial Bridge.
Thank you, sir. The Lee County Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution on May the 17th, 2022 to honor the life, sacrifices, and service to his community and country of Eddie Lee Ramey. According to the resolution, Mr. Ramey was born on October 12, 1946 near Jonesville, Virginia. He attended Oak Grove and Jonesville Elementary Schools and graduated from Jonesville High School, where he played football and ran track. He volunteered for the United States Marine Corps, serving from 1966 to 68, and volunteered for one term of duty in Vietnam. Lance Corporal Ramey was wounded on February 20, 1967, while working with the 3rd Battalion Marines in Quang Ninh, Providence, suffering the loss of his right leg, right eye, and many other wounds, which he endured for the remainder of his life. He spent 13 months recovering in naval hospitals and was awarded the Purple Heart Medal. After his discharge from the Marine Corps, he married and raised 3 children. He continued to Lincoln Memorial University, where he graduated in 1975 with a degree in business and accounting. His work career included running a newspaper route with his wife, working as an insurance agent, co-owner, and operator of Ramey Gun Shop, working for the District 1 Employment Training until his death. Mr. Ramey was active in his community and a member of the Mount Hope Baptist Church, serving as a deacon and Sunday school teacher. He was also a charter member of Boone Trail Archery Club and served as secretary for Lee County Horse and Hunting Club. Mr. Ramey passed away on December 3rd, 2021. The department recommends this naming.
Anyone have any questions? Hearing none, if you'll join me as an affirmative by, please rise. Next item on the agenda is Agenda 3. My scribe in left hand is telling me I was a little bit out of order because I forgot to get a motion in a second. So we're going to do this again the proper way. Sorry.
Secretary,
Sir.
Mr. Folks asked me to make the motion.
Mr. Stant.
Excuse me, Tom Folks asked me in his absence to move acceptance of this resolution. So
We have a motion from Mr. Stant and Mr. Folks' stead. Mr. Dodson seconds, and we'll stand again. You could stand 5 or 6 times and not do this man justice, right? Next item on the agenda is Agenda 3. It's prior, the 6-year improvement regular monthly transfers.
Yes, sir. I recommend for your approval the proposed list of transfers before you.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms. Hines?
I move approval.
A motion, we have a second. Are there any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 4. Of project say no. Any abstentions? Thank you. Item 6, action on location decision policy adoption.
Yes, sir. This resolution is to set forth a board policy to govern the time frame for location decisions issued by this board. And that is comprised of the board reviewing all such location decisions 3 years after their respective approval date. That will be facilitated by VDOT presenting to the board on those specific projects, the status of those, and then requesting that the board either affirm, modify, or rescind their decision. Should the board modify or affirm that location decision, it will then be valid for another 3 years from that new date. So we recommend your approval.
Ms. Kasparitz makes the motion. Is there a second? Second. Ms. Hines seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Dean. Item 7, Ms. Joanne Maxwell, action on authorization of the Commissioner of Highways to enter into the standard project agreement between VDOT and the Central Virginia Transportation Authority for segments of the Fall Line Trail project within the Richmond District.
Mr. Chair, the title of this resolution speaks for itself. VDOT is going to be administering various segments of the Fall Line Trail. CVTA will be funding numerous segments. We are in a position now where funding is being made available, and we need to have authority to enter into the agreements, which are basically a template agreement with the CVTA. We would ask and recommend that you provide the Commissioner with authority to execute those agreements with the CVTA for the Fall Line Trail projects that are funded by the CVTA.
Motion?
So moved.
Hines makes the motion. Is there a second? Merrill seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 8, action on continued action on the content of Commonwealth Transportation Board Policy Index.
Mr. Chair, this is continuation of a 3 or 4 year effort on the part of this board and VDOT and DRPT to basically review the policies in the policy index of the board and to repeal or rescind those policies that are no longer valid or have become obsolete due to changes in law, due to changes in practice. We have just in the past several months completed reviews for approximately 54 policies, and we are asking the board to, as a result of those policies, or those policy reviews, asking the board to approve rescission of about 42 policies, to approve retention of approximately 12 of those policies. By doing so, what we would do, what VDOT would do, would be to remove those policies that are rescinded from the active index and archive those. And then going forward, the VDOT would continue to monitor the various policies of this board. The main thing is we're trying to remove those policies that have become obsolete and are no longer applicable. Again, they'll be archived. The other thing we're making sure of is that this board is directing that any actions taken under the policies that are now being rescinded will remain valid. I would note there has been one change since the list of policies that was...
All opposed say no. 4-lane median divided roadway includes a bridge over the south tributary, as well as curb and gutter. Loudoun County posted a willingness for public comment in July. They received no comments at the end of July on this. The project is again located in Loudoun County, and the proposed design features, as well as the limited access control change, were endorsed by the County Board of Supervisors at their monthly meeting on May 17th, 2022. The total estimate cost of the project is approximately $71 million. VDOT requests approval by the board. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Mr.
sir.
Britch, action on approval of Virginia Highway Safety Investment Strategy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yesterday I had a presentation to be able with my counterpart from the Department of Motor Vehicles concerning the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Investment Strategy and a proposed change to the policy. The proposed change to the policy comes at a time when the department has seen a significant uplift into our safety program, both as a benefit from the IIJA and the actions of the General Assembly. Those actions have been afforded us the opportunity to fully fund and advance our systemic safety improvements that the board had taken action on previously with regard to the highway safety improvement policy. With these changes, we're proposing out of the proposed policy changes are to now allow for the highway safety improvement funds to be allocated for local systemic improvements. The funds also or this policy will also allow us to reinstitute VDOT system spot improvement opportunities that we have throughout the Commonwealth. And this investment strategy also takes the Department of Motor Vehicles 10 or 11 strategic items that they presented to the board in December of 2021 and consolidate that into 4 strategic target areas. We do recommend the board's approval with this change in policy.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Dr. Smoot, is there a second? Second. Mr. Byers, seconds. Is there further discussion? In favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Ms. Laura Farmer, action on Interstate 64 Hampton Roads Express Lanes Network Toll Facility Revolving Account Funding Authorization.
Sir, good afternoon. Yesterday I briefed the board on a need on segment 2B and the high-rise bridge together to provide up to $2.9 million from the toll facility revolving account to support the tolling-related construction items remaining on the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network across these segments. Toll revenues collected from the network are the source of future repayment for this advance from the account, as well as outlined in the master tolling agreement with HR TAC.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Stamp moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Coleman seconds. Any further discussion? In favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item 12, Ms. Margie Ray, action on approval of asset condition and system performance targets. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. In July, I provided a briefing and presentation that provided performance information and proposed targets for federally required asset management, our pavements and bridges, as well as system performance to include reliability, congestion, and air quality measures. So it is our recommendation to approve those targets.
So there's Mr. Kasperitz moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Coleman seconds. Further discussion? In favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, Ms. Ray.
Thank you.
Mr. Thrasher. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. My 30-minute presentation won't take that long, so I'm sure we won't keep everybody here. Okay, sir, we have 6 bids. First bid, order number G39, our Fredericksburg district. The location Smart Scale project on Route 606. We had 3 bidders. The low bid was $16.2 million and exceeded our range. The department finds the bid to be fair in value and requests approval by the board.
There we go. Any questions? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Have a motion. We have a second. Ms. Hines seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
The next one is order number 976. It's in our Northern Virginia district. Thank you, whoever did that. Fairfax County, it's an asphalt plant mix project. We had 4 bidders. The low bid was 5.9. It exceeded our range. The VDOT finds that the bid had fair value and requests approval by the board.
Move approval.
Second. Ms. Hines moves. Mr. Kasper seconds. Is there further discussion?
Secretary?
Merrill.
Just one quick, when you say exceeds range, can you give us an idea of the magnitude of that exceeding the range?
It exceeded 8.5%. 8.5%.
That's inflation last week.
With 4 bids. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, sir.
Order number 979, our Northern Virginia District List 2 is an asphalt plant mix job. We had 6 bidders. The low bid was $5.7 million. It was within range. VDOT finds the value to be fair and equitable and requests approval by the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Sines moves, Mr. Casper seconds. It's getting to be routine here.
We can change it up.
It's all fine. Is there any further discussion? In favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Thrasher.
Our next bid is H35, again in Northern Virginia District. It's a smart scale project, East Spring Street widening. We were 4 bidders. The low bid was $9.9 million. It did exceed our range. It did exceed by 0.4%. The department requests approval by the board.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Sines moves, Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? In favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you, sir.
Next project is H06 in Bristol District. It's I-81 truck climbing lanes located in Smith County. We had 3 bidders. The low bid was $7.6 million. It was within range. VDOT finds the bid to be fair value and requests board approval.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Merrill moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Our last is order number Design Build 117 in our Northern Virginia District. The scope is the interchange reconfiguration at 195, exit 160 in Prince William County. We had 3 bids. The GMP is $65 million. Contractor was Allen Myers. VDOT finds that this to be acceptable, and we ask the board for approval.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Is there a second?
Second.
Don't mess up the cadence here. Northern Virginia types, they go on a roll here. You want to be part of it, don't you?
I do. I sit in this traffic every day.
Defer. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Bart.
Thank you, sir.
New business. We have the trails presentation that was made earlier today. The action before us allows or confirms the $1 million to be provided to each trail just to get us started. And yes, Mr. Merrill, we will be quick. And those projects that are further along will not be slowed down by those projects that are not. We want to get it done. We just want to do it properly and make sure we know what we're doing.
Full agreement. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Mr. Kasperitz moves. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Merrill seconds. All in favor say aye. 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 I'm sorry. Further discussion. Mr. Laird.
Secretary, is it appropriate to put a time frame collar in this document to keep everybody in line?
If you think it's necessary, you can do that. I don't think it's necessary.
I think my preference would be to have a date by which things need to be completed, so it doesn't drag on forever.
We're not dragging. If you want to offer up an amendment, you can certainly do that. Anybody want a collar? We will act expeditiously, sir.
Perhaps not a cup.
We're in the direction of the General Assembly, so we have an obligation back to them as well. You saw the folks from the Shenandoah group here today who are ready and anxious. We want to move ahead smartly, both the sense of time and of making sure we do the right thing. So I can tell you from my perspective, we're going to do that, but I'm certainly willing to entertain time limit or whatever else the board wants to put on there. Ms. Merrill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Not so much a collar per se, but even a projected timeline. I mean, because once the things get operational, if we could have just a schematic of an estimated timeline for these projects to be.
Oh, absolutely, we'll keep you informed. And the problem is we don't know what we don't know. So we're just trying to we can't spend any money until you give us authority to spend money. And we can't really know much without doing some work. So we're just trying to get our toe in the water so we can get moving here. And our intent is to do it expeditiously with good information. So that's my pledge to you from the Secretary's office.
Mr. Secretary, maybe at our December meeting, we could just have an update.
Absolutely. We'll keep you continually updated. And the public will keep us.
Pressure on.
They'll keep us focused.
Yep.
And appropriately so. I think we'll get there, Mr. Laird. I can do it either way.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Is there any other new business to come before the board? So let me say a couple things before I adjourn the meeting. One is, again, thanks to the Lairds and Buckingham Branch Railroad who took us on our new state asset rail line yesterday and let us see what we purchased and how it's going to work. Pretty cool thing there. And obviously the hospitality shown by us, by everybody, but particularly the Lairds last night, was much appreciated. On the same sort of vein, the work that all y'all do in the districts when we come out here, in this case the Stanton District, we know it puts added burden on you, and we appreciate you taking that on, because it's really important for us to get out of Richmond, as some have said earlier, and go talk to the people that we're working for and see what their thoughts and desires are. So we like to do that. We've been out a couple times already this year. Tomorrow. What day is it? What time zone am I in? What country is it? Next month we will be in Virginia Beach. So we'll go to the Hampton Roads District, and then we've got a governor's conference as well as CTP board meetings. I think the lineup should be good down there, and we'll continue to do that as it makes sense to travel around the state. Also, in that same vein, let me thank the folks that came to speak to us today. It's very important. We take it seriously. It's not just something we're checking the box on. We want to hear from you, and we appreciate you spending the time to come out and talk with us. So with that, unless there's anything else from my board, I declare the meeting adjourned, and I wish you all a great last half of the last day of summer.